last we left off, you continue your journey through the treacherous Kel Desert on your way to the city of Verdancia. Your group, having picked up a selection of wayward travelers and adventurers, had to travel at a slower pace than you're accustomed to, and as such have been forced to be extra cautious as you found signs of Gnoll patrols attacking other travelers in the area. For the most part, however, your travel was uneventful, save some shenanigans in camp, courtesy of your party members, and some strange wild magic surges. But it wasn't until your second night's camp that you faced the denizens of the desert. It was an easy win for your capable group, however not without its own complications. Valentine, having awoken from a dark dream, found his magic and faithful blade unresponsive. As panic set in, this cold bite set in as well, as he tried to call on the Summer Queen to grant him his magic. As the party easily wiped up the Gnoll attack, Val took off into the desert to commune with his patron. In time, he felt the cold grip release, and the darkness shrouding his blade take the form of this dark crow and take off into the night. And beneath a cooler night sky in the Kel, we're going to begin tonight's session. Val, we'll start with you, seeing as you're removed from the rest of the group. However, back at the camp, the Gnolls have officially been dealt with. There's no quarrel at the camp left, so you guys are not in any danger. But we'll start with Val nonetheless.
Just realized Hondo said in the chat that sword sucks. What a cruel asshole.
That's bored.
I apologize, Hondo. I was gored. It just felt like a Hondo thing to say. So I'm pressed against Fern, holding little Heartbreaker. I'll put Heartbreaker back, and then I'll just radio everyone. It's okay. It's okay. I'm going to come back. And then I'll gingerly hop on Fern and not take to the air, but just kind of like trot back to camp.
Sure. Slowly, you make your way across the these kind of sand. It's like half sand dune, half rocky kind of ground here. But you feel like fern is warm beneath you as you ride forward, and you feel fine despite the initial panic, fear, and there was some pain as you tried to draw on your magic.
Yeah, can I try something? Can I try and heal myself and see if that pain happens again?
Sure.
So level 1, just try and heal myself.
Yeah. As you summon the magic, it comes to your hand willingly, and you're able to cast the spell.
Perfect. Well, cure wounds. Rolled a 6.
Cool.
6
Heal up
plus
11.
5. Great.
But quickly enough, you make your way back to camp. You didn't go super far away, so it's a couple of seconds. But as you return, all together, your camp, everyone is kind of awake now and is kind of just making sure everything is okay. It all happened very, very quickly, and thankfully, you guys were very quick to act, and there is no damage to the caravan, no damage to any of your traveling companions, and only slight damage to yourselves, but easily enough fixed with a little bit of rest or magic. But everyone is just kind of a little shaken, but no worse for wear.
How far into the night was this? Like, it was second watch, but I don't remember if their watch was, like, basically done.
Now, this would be, pardon me, this would be about mid-second watch. So I believe Allie and Gord were on watch. You guys still technically have another, hour-ish, hour or two. And then there's still a third watch to continue to finish off the evening, really into the mid-morning, because you guys kind of have that shifted travel schedule to kind of travel a little later into the day to avoid the heat. So yeah, you're not exactly sure what time of night it is, but it is late. It's very late, or very early, depending on how you want to look at it.
Everybody okay? Everyone all right here?
Yeah.
Great. Good to hear. Excellent. Something weird happened to me during that fight. I don't think I told you guys. I don't think I had time. I had this spooky dream where I don't know, it was hard to explain. I was in a forest, it was shadowy, and felt like this shadowy figure was gonna grab me, and I looked at Heartbreaker, and it was cracked and broken, and this crow kind of like form crawled out of it. Anyways, then I woke up the knoll fight, and when I tried to use my magic, it hurt like an icy pain. And I just went to commune with the Summer Queen, my patron. And it was really hard. I almost wasn't able to do it. I couldn't feel her. I usually have like a sense for her. It feels warm. It feels like sunlight. It feels good. But this was cold and dark. And she did manage to break through, and she only said 3 words to me. 4 words. The dark crow comes.
Shadowy, do you think it had anything to do with your father?
I don't know. I mean, he's dead, right? We killed him.
Yeah, I definitely stabbed him a lot, but shit's come back before.
Gord,
It has something to do with the Gambino's wife.
very well. We've made a lot of enemies. Gord, you've brought things back to life before. Do you think my dad could still be out there?
Can you repeat that? My internet is garbage.
That's okay, Gord. I'll speak up. I said, you've dealt with dead things before. Do you think my dad could be back?
It's entirely possible.
That's a great answer. Listen,
He was powerful enough.
Yeah. I don't know. I think he would have been more mocking if it was him. I think he would have said, like, Shadow Son. He never called himself Dark Crow when we were encountering each other, but who knows? Maybe he's reinvented himself, rebrand.
Either that or it's something going on with your patron.
That's what it felt like. Something keeping me from her, hurting her power.
Who is your patron?
The Summer Queen, Titania. Everyone knows Titania, the Summer Queen. She's like the best patron out there.
The Summer Queen.
As Valentine says that, almost none of you have any idea who that is.
Yeah, I shake my head and laughter extend. I was like, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Have you guys heard of this Summer Queen before?
Everyone here
If
has.
you want to, you can make an Arcana or History check. Anyone, you're free to if you wish to.
I'll do it.
I'll do it.
Ooh, that's not bad.
It's kind of like just an individual check. So even if you guys aren't like trained in it, you guys can make a shot.
Ooh. Nope, I rolled a 2.
Yeah, it's over your head. You know because Valentine has talked, but you about her, but you don't know who, what, how. Also,
Good job, Hondo.
I
Hondo
have
rolled a 2.
16.
Okay. Hondo the same. Like you just know because Valentine has talked about her, but you don't know who that is. Allie?
I rolled a 16.
Okay. Gord, did you roll?
I did not. You want me to?
No, you don't have to. I was just if I can't see you, so I don't know if you did or not.
God refuses to roll.
That's fine.
Feels on brand.
You might not find anything out anyways. It's kind of in the opposite spectrum of where your specialty is. But Lavender and Allie, you guys have definitely heard tales. Lavender for sure both of you over your adventuring careers, kind of just traveling of stories of the Feywild, of a beautiful echo of the world that you know, the material plane. This world of natural beauty and wonder. It's kind of the land of fairies, and within there is this is where the Fae come from. Creatures of the Fae, such as fairies, and some are more powerful than others, and they are known as Archfae. The Summer Queen, you may not know exactly who and what power level she is or what it is she does, but that name kind of rings a bit of a bell as someone who's definitely powerful and comes from the Feywild.
She's like the best.
How did you meet this person? Is it a person?
Well, she's a deity. She's an archfey.
Okay.
She's like queen of the summer court, the Sealy court.
So how did you meet each other?
I think we just found each other, you know?
Like on a dating site or?
What's a site? Like a place somewhere?
Yeah.
I guess so, yeah. Maybe. It's not like romantic. It's more like
We need to kill her.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, is she dangerous?
Sounds
Yeah,
like
of course. She's an archfey.
Is she powerful?
She's
So
the
we
most
need to
powerful
kill her.
deity there is.
Is
We
she good,
can't
good, or
tolerate-
kind of good?
She's like me. Pure
So
good.
kinda good?
Pure good.
Don't
Okay.
believe it. What if she's
Well-
with another Borealis?
Hey,
Where is she?
she's in the Feywild.
Oh yeah, you totally said that.
We went to the Shadowfell, which is like the opposite of the Feywild.
All right.
I trust no one anymore.
I think now I'm hearing
That's-
about
Did you
this.
trust
I
anyone
know
before?
About that.
That is true.
Oh, is that
If
what?
she's in trouble, how do you think you'll be able to help her?
That's a good point. I don't know. I don't know if we have to go to the Feywild. She didn't. When she spoke to me, she still seemed herself. She still seemed resolute and calm. I think she would have told me if I needed to go to the Feywild. I think for now it's just something to watch for. I'm sure she'll give me more clues if she needs me. But I don't know. We should get to sleep, honestly. But in the morning, maybe I'll ask Damascus if he knows anything about the Dark Crow. I'd like to learn more about that. In Verdancia, we have some old books. We could try and read through those.
Hey, Lavender, that map you found. Where was the symbol for the Feywild?
Oh yeah, and the map. I'm not sure. I didn't really heard about that before. So maybe do you want to look at it together?
Sure, Kyle.
Yeah, you don't have to pull it up again. We were wondering where the Feywild is on the map. If we
Oh.
line up,
The
Yes,
little symbol.
I definitely wasn't just reading something entirely unrelated. You take a quick look at the map and the notebook with correlating symbols. There isn't one.
There.
shit.
Shit.
Does this even exist?
It does. I swear, it does.
Well, I mean, it certainly exists in the same way that you know the Shadowfell exists. As what is that? 90% of you have been there, but it is not. This would be relatively common knowledge to those of you trained in Arcana. So Valentine and Gord, and potentially Hondo. And I don't know if Lavender is trained in Arcana, but you are
think she is.
familiar. I don't think so, but
No, she's not. Never mind.
not proficient in training.
I got.
The Feywild and the Shadowfell are similar to the Outer Planes in that they're connected to the world of the material plane, and they exist because of the material plane. The material plane is the anchor to all Outer Planes, and that includes the Feywild and the Shadowfell as this kind of this mesh of this outer planes, this other worlds, other realities. But the Feywild and Shadowfell are not governed and specific to alignment, where the outer planes that follow, as you look on the map that you saw before, it's kind of a ring around the material plane that they follow this kind of lawful and neutral and chaotic boundaries, and are designated in that way based on the patron, the deity that oversees them, essentially, or deities in some cases. But the Feywild and the Shadowfell exist as a counterbalance echo of the material plane, where one is light, one is dark, and the material plane is kind of this ever constant position right in the middle of all, where it's kind of a melting pot of law, neutrality, chaos, light, dark.
I'd like to go there sometime, but doesn't look like there's a gate to it.
It's not on this map, so I'm still kind of up in arms whether this exists. But I feel like that Summer Queen, I've heard of her before.
I think you'd like her, or she'd kill you. Either way.
That's fair. That's honestly the review I get from a lot of people.
Why don't we get some more sleep? I feel like we weren't fully done our rest there, and we're almost in Verdancia. Just a couple more days, I think, and then we're there. So why don't we get some more sleep?
Cool. We can continue through this watch. You guys have already gone through doing the perception check, and nothing comes from the end of your watch. And even through the next watch, it is quiet. Morning comes, and I want to make one caveat to my own decision from the last game, where I said you guys had a day and a half. You have 2.5 days. I did the little distance travel wrong. So it's roughly 5.5 days travel from the initial battle. It's kind of on the northeastern edge of the Scar to Verdancia. It's about 5.5 days.
I blame
4.
Hondo.
Hondo was in charge of navigation. It's entirely on him.
I'd make a mistake like that.
He rolled really well, and so none of you are aware of this mistake. Hondo has retroactively said the correct time and date. It was my bad. But you have 2.5 days of travel ahead of you to Verdancia. In the interest of keeping things moving, I would like to see if you guys want to do anything at all over the next 2.5 days of travel.
Hey, Valentine, can I speak to you for a minute?
I mean, I just poured my morning coffee, so.
Perfect. I want you fresh and with it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, what's up?
So I have just been wondering about this magic thing that you do. It seems as though you have it really under control. Sometimes I feel like I have my magic a little bit, what could I describe it as?
Frantic, chaotic, all over the place. Wild, okay.
Yeah, it feels like a wild kind of magic, and I just want to learn how to reel it in a little bit.
First off, have you always been like this? The magic, that is? When did you first learn you had magic? Were you a kid? Did something happen?
Always had some sort of happening inside of me. I feel as though being with you guys, watching Gord, I have started to feel more types of magic inside of me.
Yeah, and I went through something similar. I know I was born with some innate magic, had a way with words, could do certain things, but then with my patron, I feel like she grants me more power. The more devoted I am, the more I follow that path, the more magic is put upon me. But you don't have anyone you follow in your heart or pray to or anything like that?
No, there's limited space inside of there for anyone else, really.
Well, have you ever practiced?
What do you mean? Just shoot some stuff?
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like when you get very heightened emotions, your magic just bursts out of you in dangerous ways. Do you feel like that makes sense?
Sometimes it's when I'm emotional. Sometimes it's just, I don't know, random. But I think that I could be really powerful and really helpful to everybody here if I could learn a couple of things.
Well, yeah, why don't we just go over some basic bard stuff, some basic magic, see if you get that under wraps. But I don't know, just try a little spell here. Just see what happens if you do, message me something.
I think that Hondo just shit his pants. Did you get that?
I did, yeah. Did you feel anything a disturbance inside you? That was okay?
I did, because I also put prestidigitation on and I made it Hondo smell like shit.
I feel like he always does, but that's fine. I honestly think you just need to work at it. And I think you need to trust yourself more.
Okay.
You need to trust the group more.
I just don't know what you mean by work at it. Read a book, shoot some rocks, just practice?
Just practice. See if you can feel when it's coming on and try and calm yourself down by leaning into it, by trusting yourself. When you feel it flowing through you and coursing through you and you're afraid that it's going to burst out of you in a dangerous way.
I have something to admit.
Yeah, what?
You know that guy? The big guy, the rock guy?
Damascus, yeah, he's so great.
Yeah, he is so great. Really like him. 10 out of 10. Would recommend to be a friend.
Mm-hmm.
But I shot him in the back by accident.
That was you. Oh my God, that was you?
Yeah, keep it down. And you know what?
Fuck? Why did you do that?
I didn't mean to. And then I was just too scared to tell anybody because I don't want to get kicked out of the group.
You're not gonna get kicked out of the group for doing something dumb. Look at us. a lot of us, no one would be in this group if you'd be kicked out for doing something
I feel
dumb.
like shooting a guy who's made of the rock in the back is pretty bad. But you know what? That's not it. That's not it.
Honestly,
You know that one thing
low
when I
level
was
for
talking
this.
to Hondo and we were just kind of chatting, just over there,
yeah, you guys were like very suspiciously talking.
Yeah, and then everybody felt this thing, and that girl like ran away.
Yeah, that girl just cries all the time now. What did you do to that girl? Did you shoot her with magic?
I didn't mean to do it.
Oh my
It
God.
just came out of my body.
You definitely need to practice more. We need to read some books. We need to figure out. We need to just figure out the source of your magic. We need to practice more. We need to see if we can get a hang on this.
Okay, this has already been too long, so just promise me you won't tell anybody about that thing that I just told you.
Which one? The one where you shot our potential ally, or you almost killed the little girl?
Yeah, definitely that thing. Definitely that thing.
Okay.
Definitely.
What were you talking to Hondo about?
Well, I was telling him that I really want to start drawing portraits. And so I drew this picture of him in my book, and that we were being so secretive because he was like, I really want to be drawn nude. And I was just like, I just don't know if I'm there yet. You said that you were my dad earlier, and then that could be weird. And you're obviously not my dad, but now I like, you know.
Make a deception check.
Can I make an insight check?
Yep.
No! Not 20, baby. Plus
Son of a
9.
bitch. Son of a
29.
bitch. I got 17.
It was a good lie. No, it was a good lie.
Yeah.
It's very fitting. Hondo obviously would love to be drawn nude, and it's very it would be an uncomfortable conversation that they wouldn't want to be overheard by, at least Lavender's side.
I guess that makes sense. Okay, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There's an autofocus is not on. All right, well, listen, I'm really happy you confided in me. You can always talk to me about this kind of stuff, magic stuff. I mean, look, my magic didn't work yesterday. There's weird stuff going on right now, so I'm sure we'll all figure it out together.
Thanks. I'm excited to meet your family. I heard that you have a little sister.
I have 2 sisters, one little. I think you'll like her. She's trouble too.
2.
Yeah, I have an older sister, Daisy.
I can't wait. Okay, let's go back. I need to get some water from Hondo's friggin' water bottle.
Okay. Easy enough. Anything else you guys want to accomplish over the next 2.5 days?
I have something.
Okay.
At some point when we're traveling, I will go up to Hondo and just casually walk beside him, but not so casually because Mary's not good at that. So you and Lavender were being like really weird the other day. Like really, really weird. Are you gonna tell me what the fuck is going on there? Or are you guys just like, you know?
I was just trying to get to know her, and let's say I made a move and she rebuffed it, and it got uncomfortable.
Make a deception check, and Mary, if you want to make an insight check, if you're trying.
I wouldn't know about this art thing, right?
You have no idea what Lavender's lie was.
Both of our lies are quite close, though.
What do you add to that? Your deception's not
bad.
You rolled a nat 10.
13, so 23.
Oof,
Yeah.
not bad.
I rolled a 24.
Oh,
One better.
So you don't get that it's an outright lie. Like you can tell he's hiding something still, but you're not sure if what he's hiding is like he's trying to come off like he's not put off by the fact that she rebuked his advances, or if the whole thing is a lie, or if he's hiding something even bigger, or if he's just bullshitting you for the sake of bullshitting you, but you know it's not fully true.
All right, man. Look, if you like her, that's fine. If you guys have a thing, you know that's okay. You don't have to like lie to everyone else about it.
No, you don't want to cause disruptions in this group. You know, a lot of weapons, powers, things can get messy.
Oh God, I do not want to know what a breakup looks like for you. All right, man. Well, whatever. If you want to chat, I guess.
I appreciate it. You know,
All right.
I don't take rejection very well.
That doesn't surprise me. Okay, I'm gonna go walk over there.
This is perfect because Mary would be so uncomfortable. There's no way she would push further.
And then at some point during the day, I'm just gonna, not that this needs to be our feed, I'm just gonna go up to Damascus and just ask him if he knows any stories about the Valkyrie. Just like more for, like, out while everyone's walking for everyone's entertainment. But she's just curious to hear tales that she may or may not know. That's it.
Make a persuasion check with advantage. And I'll make my own check.
Ooh, I rolled a 19 on the first one. Ooh, so that's 20.
Yo.
He wants to tell you as much as he knows, and he does do so. Unfortunately, he doesn't know a whole lot. He doesn't know a whole lot of stories beyond the kind of broad strokes that you guys already are aware of. Like he knows Ranithia and Estra, and he kind of, but even like her like origins aren't like known to him necessarily. Just that they were this group of female warriors. They, as you guys know, like they favored speed over brute strength, and they would often be seen riding on Pegasi, or at least on horses, if not on Pegasi, and were incredibly skilled warriors with very like lawful, very good intentions, almost too high on their own horse, so to speak, but were nonetheless almost unmatched in combat. But no specific tales, unfortunately.
Okay, no worries. That's it. That's all I have.
Technically, I guess the fourth day of travel comes to an end, and again, you guys take camp. You set up your watches, and the group is traveling at a. They're not unfamiliar with travel through the harsh terrain of like the desert, and it's not quite as bad as it was before. However, you do encounter these just crazy whipping winds, the bearing down of the sun. But you find it's not as impactful as it once was, and you do have some protections against the worst of the worst the Kel does have to offer. You're smart in changing the time of day in which you're traveling. You have a caravan. You rotate in and out of the caravan and keep people out of the direct sun, as well as having a plethora of water at your beck and call, with Hondo's decanter and his own wall of water that he can cast whenever he wants. You're able to move relatively well. The evenings come and go quietly, save on the fourth night, this faint, heart-stopping yip and howl that echo off Red Rock in the distance. And as you're on your evening's watch, you see the signs far off of another Knoll attack, back the way you came, a little bit north. But they don't appear to come any closer to you, whether because you're too far out of their range or you've made enough of an impression. You find your fifth morning's travel, and it is safe, and you continue on. Though you find the fifth morning is cooler temperatures. As you travel across the edge of the desert, across the ground, you see these small sprouts of green that have long been absent from your previous day's journeys. As you reach the end of the day, the end of the fifth day of travel through the Kel, you can see you're just on the cusp of the mouth of where the Kel opens up to the eastern borders of Xander and the Vale, and you can see very faintly as night descends the lights of Verdancia high up on its rising ford off in the distance, maybe about 5-6 hours, not even that much, 3-4 hours of travel the following day, just to be well rested for your arrival in the city. And I have to kick my cat down from my computer before we continue. Get down, you fuck.
A lot of stray cats in Verdancia. It's like a sea town.
Oh, now he's gonna come bother me.
He's trying to get at my dice.
Yeah, well, he's coming down the stairs and he's gonna come get my dice now.
So, as I was saying, morning comes on the 6th day, and you are only a few hours shy of Verdancia. This last couple hours before you guys hit the city, is there anything you want to do, or are we going to continue on?
I think I'll just take out Heartbreaker and just turn it on and just like look at the blade and just try and not even say anything, but just like try and reach out and see if I can feel my patron.
Sure. You click on Heartbreaker, and its light does come with ease as it has before. You see no sign of a crack. You see no sign of this dark energy that was once there. And as you kind of take a step away, make a charisma check.
15.
You can feel your connection is there, without going into a full kind of vision or full like reach out and commune, so to speak. You can feel the call and response of power that you are normally accustomed to.
Great. I'm excited, guys. This is going to be great.
As you guys kind of begin to set off, there's a lot of talk that kind of runs around the group of traveling companions you have with you, and talk of where they'll go and who they'll see when they finally reach your destination, as it seems this will be where your group will move to disassemble and go their own way. Harold and Dell.
Oh, shit.
What?
There was one thing I wanted to do that I totally forgot.
Do it.
Okay. On the last night, whenever it's my watch, I am going to... How many groups of people are there? 5?
Groups?
Yeah.
You've got Harold and Dell, you've got the musicians, you've got the Wildcards, you've got the Venturas, you got Damascus and Azura technically are separate, though have kind of become a little bit together. And that's it for now, and then you guys. So 6 groups,
Okay.
6 individuals.
I'm not going to worry about Damascus. I think we're going to try to talk to him again. But for the rest of them, I am going to try to sneakily sneak in their packs and stuff, 50 gold each.
You son of a bitch. I was going to do the exact same thing. I wrote it down.
In that case, the two of you stumble into one another as you are trying the same maneuver. And you are both successful, but you both catch one another with coin in hand as you're looting one. It looks like you're about to loot your traveling companions, but you're placing coin.
Oh, this
I'll
is
chip in.
awkward.
We're going to put money in their packs too. Make sure they're okay.
Through a lot of shit. Money doesn't fix anything, but I also know having nothing sucks. So
Yeah, let's do it. Let's give them a little money. How much were you going to give them?
like 50 gold for each group.
Yeah. I'll contribute 50 of my own money. We'll
Okay.
make it 100. Let's
Sure.
really set these people off. They've been trapped in a fucking desert hellscape for a while.
Yeah, that's
That Air Genasi little girl is never going to be the same, so we might as well.
Oh, shit, yeah, I have
get some
no
therapy.
idea what's gonna happen with her.
Yeah. Hopefully she can just pair up with Damascus for a bit.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
You have any thoughts on Damascus? I kind of feel like he could be an ally if we got him or told him about where.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. I think he'd enjoy the work. I know I would feel a lot better about that place if there was someone like him there.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously we can't take him now, and I do not want to leave him with instructions because he can't know how to get there. But maybe if we can convince him to hang out in Verdancia, once we've figured the rest of this shit out, maybe we can put him on research duty. I don't know, something to keep him there. And then once the next leg of our stuff's done, we can possibly return to Verdancia and bring him straight there if he's willing.
Yeah, and I mean, if we have this place to teleport back to in Verdancia, I could pop him there, come back.
Right. We have no idea what's going to happen next or where we're going to be going after all this, but I think it's a good plan. Obviously I won't force him, but I feel like it'd be a nice fit.
Equally important, did you hear Hondo wanted a nude drawing done of him?
What?
Yeah, he approached Lavender about some sort of nude drawing. She was kind of weirded out by it.
He did say that he was hitting on her and she turned him away. I did something weird about that, though.
Yes,
well,
to do that. I've done that for him.
Jesus, Gord. I didn't notice. You're right behind us.
You've drawn Hondo nude?
Yes.
I am both disgusted and very fascinated.
I'm very interested.
Yeah.
Obviously, you haven't been on long voyages at sea.
Yeah, apparently.
To pass the time.
I guess that makes sense.
Do you
maybe
draw? Is that something you do normally?
I have lots of skills.
Well, that's cool.
I need to go to a blacksmith also.
What do you need a blacksmith for?
I need a helmet.
Cool. Yeah, I'd be happy to show you the best blacksmith in Verdancia.
Thanks.
Were you thinking a cool helmet? What were you picturing? You want to surprise us?
Yeah, it's a surprise.
Okay, cool. I love surprises. Okay, well, good night, I guess. In the morning, let's go to my hometown. Everything is always good there.
Yeah. At least I have that fancy-ass coffee.
Yes. Oh, God, I can't wait.
And with your generous donations deposited in each of their packs, the next early morning, just before afternoon, by the time you reach the city, and are kind of traveling along the main cobblestone road headed beyond the outer farm areas, and you can see as you've passed from the Kell and kind of re-enter Exander once more, the province of Exander, the colors have made a pretty drastic shift from the last time you were here. You are well into the fade now, and the rich oranges and yellows and reds are dotting the exterior of Verdancia, which is a just filled with trees and these red and yellow flowers, and you can see that the harvest has come for most of the farming areas outside of the city itself. People are still toiling actively out in the fields, but you guys make your caravan procession through, and you see as you guys reach kind of through the main gates, you see the Emerald Enclave kind of standing guard as they were before, as Valentine would be more than well aware. But they don't, stop you or anything. Just kind of keeping watch. There's no, search and seizure of anything like that.
Can you guys describe Verdancia a bit to the listener and laugh, because they've never seen it before? Sure.
That's a good point. Yeah, you guys are familiar, but So as you kind of come across, as I said, the farmland, you kind of look out as Verdancia is kind of built up on this rocky heights of this ford that kind of stretches up and over into the sea to the east, and there's just this gentle like hills that kind of shape the landscape around it, as it this warm breeze kind of passes through, and it's chilled a little bit by the time of year, and it's kind of mixed with this scent of autumn. This is like the scent of like crisp, cool leaves, just like a hint of cinnamon. It's just like sweet, but it is
best place on it.
but it is a lush kind of vibrant city, very heavily into a lot of plant life, and the architecture is a lot of domed and kind of classical, like Greek style looking structures, a little bit thin cobblestone streets as you kind of make your way down this main cobblestone road, thin like alleys between these tall kind of shops and homes and exteriors and things, and they're all beautifully well manicured and maintained. It is a very posh city, and you guys kind of continue your way through as the first set of troops go to leave your group. The Wildcards, they pause at a kind of intersection of streets, and they kind of make note that they have friends in the area that they were going to check in with and hopefully stay with, and they kind of are down to this section of city. You guys are kind of presumably heading further north into the city. They stop pretty close to the exterior, and they bid their farewell, and Harold and Del Tallfellow are going to go along with them as well, actually, as they can get some tips somewhere to get some work in the city, as they have some connections. But the five of them all bid their farewell and thanks to all of you.
They take the cart, right? That was theirs.
Yeah, the Wildcards have the cart, so there's a bit of kind of emptying everyone's personal possessions and kind of getting everyone else set up on their own. Back on your mounts, they actually, you kind of pull the cart off to the side as Keith was kind of pulling the cart, and
Awesome.
as you're going to continue on with Keith, they kind of take their cart off to the side and begin to kind of figure out the process of getting some pack mules or horses to continue their journey, but they bid you adieu nonetheless. Still with you are the two musicians, Damascus and Azura, and three Venturas who are kind of beginning to look about and look at the city and kind of are thinking. You can see, especially Mary, you can tell that they're looking to make their exit as well. Where do you guys want to head?
Do you guys just want to go to the manor, check in with my family?
I feel like it would be rude not to say hello to your family.
Oh, of
first.
course we're gonna say hi to my family. Everyone there is great except two people, maybe three. I'll go up to like the mercenaries and kind of just glance at Mary and I'll be like, you guys might find a little extra something in your packs. If you're worried about coin for a nice stay at the inn, don't worry about it. I think you got it covered.
They do a quick kind of scan through their pack, and when you deposit it before, they don't have much beyond what they kind of wear on them. They had a couple of like little tools and like, you know, bed rolls and stuff like that, just for the simple travel gear, but nothing in terms of like personal possessions or anything like that. So they quickly find the extra coin as you deposit it and say, it's very kind of you. We really appreciate everything you guys have done for us, and hope it's not too much to ask of you, Valentine. We'll find a place to stay here, but if you have any leads on some work, you said you might have some contacts in the city, we would be more than happy to lend a hand in any way we can, and maybe the Ventura Adventuring Company has kind of come to an end, and we can kind of find our own thing here.
Sure. Yeah, I'd be happy to. Plenty of opportunity here. I'll check in with my family, see if I can get any leads, check in with my contacts. But if you guys stay at any of the inns, I'll pop in, just see where you guys are hanging, and I'm sure we'll find you something.
Sounds good.
Anyone remember where we stayed last time?
Yeah, I bet it was called...
I was trying to find it and I can't.
I don't remember which one specifically, but I've got the list of all the ones you would have looked at.
It's not Sphinx's Sanctum.
Nope, that's the magic shop.
Don't think I wrote it down, actually.
I think you guys... I think it was the Foxglove.
Oh, that sounds tight.
Foxglove Inn. Yep, I have that.
The old
Why don't you stay at the
DM
Foxglove Inn? It's a great place.
Yeah, they'll stick with you up to there. It's a little closer to the Iridacia Keep.
There's some window damage in one of the second floor rooms because there was an incident a couple weeks ago. I'm sure they fixed it.
That kind of look quizzical of just like, that wouldn't be a problem to us. We've been sleeping outside for... Yeah, of course. And they'll follow you up and break as you kind of point out the street on which it is. And it's not far from the kind of upper echelon of the city. And you can tell that the three of them and the musicians who've been kind of quiet thus far are kind of looking about too. And like, this is kind of, they're worried that this is getting out of their price ranges. What was posh at the gates has grown even more posh and more fabulous the further and deeper and more east into the city you've gone, but higher up the fjord.
I'll just kind of, if I see them looking around, I'll be like, yeah, I know, even the shitty parts of town of this place are ridiculously fancy.
Hey guys, remember when I said that one guy, Murph, way back, that he had a nice place? This is a nice place.
That's literally a rat hole that you saw. This isn't a nice place. This is a beautiful place. This is like heaven on earth by the sea.
There's no garbage anywhere. I don't understand. How does this...
I see some garbage. I look at Hondo. Just kidding.
Nice. That was good.
You see Jessa, the halfling musician. She kind of looks to the mercenary guys, and as they kind of begin to disembark, and they say, "Hey, I think we'll come with you guys to this Foxglove Inn. We seem to have come into some coin. Perhaps a nice warm bed and nice meal would do us some good before we, I guess, turn our quartet into a duo." Hopefully you'll see us play one night around here if we can find someone who'll take us.
I bet you will.
If you ever change your mind about wanting to fix that fiddle, let me know.
We might just take you up on that. But again, thank you for everything. And if you ever see flyers for Spawn of Chimera, tip heavily. And she jumps down with Jacob in tow, and with the Venturas, they all set off towards the Foxglove Inn as you guys continue your march forward. At this point, you also see Damascus, who has picked up Azura and is kind of holding her up on his right shoulder. He's kind of beginning to pick up the fact that you guys are headed off on your own little journey. And he looks about and says, perhaps it's time I make my own departure. But truthfully, I know not where I will go.
About that, we were talking as a group, and we would love your help with... I find that we're lost all the time with what we're supposed to do, just thrust in situations with no knowledge. We would love to lean on someone who can research, know things, not just let us blindly fight things in the dark. Would you hang around for a bit? We just want to stop in with my family, but if you want to stay at one of the inns, There might be a little coin in your pocket. And we could touch base maybe tomorrow about some ideas.
Of course. Perhaps I'll catch up with our friends here and stay at the Foxglove if that would suit your needs.
That's perfect.
You had mentioned your family is well known, and perhaps they might have some connections with the government here in some capacity who can reach out to see if finding the little one's family and whereabouts, if there's any inkling. Perhaps it's something you could put in through your family connections, and I'll see what we can do down on this end.
Of course, yeah, I will. Let's touch base tomorrow. We could talk to you about some potential opportunities to put you on retainer, and we can discuss the little girl finding her some sort of placement opportunity. Yeah, let's chat tomorrow. I just want to check in with my family, make sure things are tight, and then we'll come back.
Of course, a much-needed break for you, for all of you. But in regards to your offer, so to speak, I would be more than happy to lend any ability I have to you, to the champions. That would be a great honor for me, and hopefully I can be of some service.
I think you will. Okay, we'll see you tomorrow then.
Excellent. I bid you adieu. And he and Azura take off, and as Azura is kind of just like giving a little wave from atop Damascus's broad shoulder, she sees Lavender and stops waving and just gives a little glare, and then turns away, and then continues. Well, she's just sitting on Azura on Damascus' shoulder. He continues walking, but nonetheless, you guys are a few minutes away from the Iridesha Keep. And as you continue your walk forward, the Iridesha Keep opens up before you. It's these massive kind of gated exterior, these stone columns that mark the gate. You can see this kind of iron wrought gate is open actually, and you're able to walk right through. And that's not uncommon, but it just happens to be open. And you make your way into this kind of circular courtyard around this this magnificent fountain that is just flowing. You can see a few leaves have caught into the pool beneath, but it is well maintained. It's clear, crisp water. And you make your way around to the front of the Iridesha Keep, where you can see this vine-covered manor exterior of a gorgeous homestead, to which Valentine once called home.
You ready, guys? Let's go in. Don't worry, Keith and Fern can walk right in. It'll be great.
You make your way to the door, and using the big door knocker, knock on the door, and there's a long moment before the door opens, and you see the butler of the home, Andre, standing before you in this kind of well-to-do waistcoat, and kind of looking you over, this older human male. Master Valentine.
Andre.
Pleasure. You've brought friends again.
Yeah, do you remember these guys? This one's new. This is my friend Lavender.
Hello, nice to meet you.
A pleasure. Your father is not currently here.
That's okay. Don't worry. We're going to walk right in. He's not my father, by the way. Thanks.
He steps inside and says, "Please come in. Please leave the beasts outside.
We did. There's no beasts. These are our friends.
Please leave anything that has more than 2 legs outside."
Keith just looks down at his legs, unaware that he has 4, and just goes, Meh!
He's just stunned and taken aback and says, "Well, you do what you want. You'll have your father to take care of."
Fern, Keith, Fern, why don't you show Keith around back to the gardens? You guys could have more space to play there.
Fern obediently nods and kind of nudges Keith to follow suit. and the two of them fucking clamber their back outside. But they make their way around the exterior. Andre just, your mother is currently out back as well. I'll take you to her.
Thank you.
Follow me. Don't touch anything. And he continues walking through the main foyer, around through the dining area and kitchen, and out through just kind of
running my hands on tables, like moving cutlery.
It is immaculately clean, no dust, but the table is indeed set with fancy silverware. It's very nice. All of the fitting accoutrement of your very wealthy family. But you make it out to these kind of like French doors that open up onto a terrace out onto the back kind of garden area, where you see this elegantly dressed half-elven woman, kind of long dark hair, similar to Valentine's, though done up a little bit more exquisitely. She's kind of reading a book, sitting at this kind of dining table out on this terrace, and you can see a teapot and a teacup. And as you guys kind of exit, and as Andre gestures towards your mother, Gwendolyn jumps up with closing her book and regally steps forward towards you and comes in for a big hug with you, Valentine.
Give her a huge hug. I glare at Hondo during the hug, just like warning you eyes. It's so good to see you. Are you okay? Are you all right? How is everyone?
It's wonderful to see you, Valentine. It's been too long, and you've brought friends. Would you care for tea?
We would love tea. Yeah, I believe you know everyone here. The blue one's Hondo. Stay away from him. That's Gord. That's Alana Brawlwin. Mary. And this is our new friend, Lavender.
She kind of goes between all of you, kind of doing a faint handshake and then a handshake to Lavender, and says, well, it's wonderful to meet you. Please have a seat. Andre, and he kind of is, I'm on it, and he just goes inside. As she reaches, as Gord kind of hanging towards the back, she gestures for you to join the table as well, Gord. And as you kind of pass by, you hear her kind of sigh, and your attention collectively, especially Valentine, as you hear your mother kind of exasperate, you see her turn over to at the entrance back into the house, or where you came through the doorway here. There is these rose beds on either side, and you can see just behind where Gord was standing, a large kind of section is wilted and is kind of beginning kind of rapidly to decay. And she just kind of, with a hand to her mouth, kind of goes forward and tries to like hold it, and it just kind of falls apart in her hand.
Oh, that's strange. Has this been happening in the garden?
No, this is unusual. We take, well, as you full well know, these are my pride and joy. I take very good care of my roses. They seem to have caught something.
My friend Gord here, he's quite good with plants. Gord, maybe you could help them?
She looks to you expectantly.
I don't know how to help this. I look away.
I step up to her. I say, "Ma'am, it will be my pleasure to help you."
It's just, are you skilled in the ways of nature and
I am skilled in nature and in many other things.
Let's go inside. Let's worry about this later. Let's go inside.
Well, no, it's a beautiful day. Let's enjoy our tea out here on the terrace. But I'm sorry, this has just kind of caught me off guard. My apologies, please. And she returns to her spot at the table, and a moment later, Andre comes out with a tray full of teacups and another teapot and begins serving tea to all of you. And there's a small little thing of sugar and stuff like that. And you guys are kind of sat around. Gord now being more cautiously away from any plant life.
Where is everyone? Where's Lily and Leaf?
Oh, they're in school. It's very early. They are just having their lessons. And your father is at work. And Rowan is at work. And I'm just kind of alone right now.
Is Daisy with Elias?
Oh, yes. Daisy and Elias have been with the Linderans since the wedding. I thought you were aware. They won't be back here for some time.
Really?
Yes, I mean they are now more or less in control and taking charge of the Blade Singers and the Linderan elves. They're under their leadership now.
What about, wasn't Elias's mom in charge of that? Did something happen to her, or just passed it on to him?
No, she's still a tribal elder, but will not be taking part so much in active duty, so to speak. Your sister now is taking that helm.
Well, that suits her. She was always pretty bossy.
Yes, she was. But yes, last we heard, she's doing well. Her and Elias are doing very well in their new roles. They're very happy. And Leaf and Lily are doing well in their lessons. They are as rambunctious as always.
Good.
They'll be thrilled to see you, I'm sure. Provided I should have asked. Are you planning to stay?
For maybe a couple days. We do have some things to get to, but I think for a couple days at least we'll be here.
Well, tell me, what have you been up to?
Just classic.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Well, we went to the desert, and we were there for a bit, and then we went somewhere else. It was much hotter, and then we went somewhere very muggy, and then we came back. We were in Hammerstock for a bit. In Haverfeld. Yeah, and then
Then I got attacked and we had to help.
And then we had to leave. We urgently. Then we went back to the desert, and now here we are.
Just a hell and back kind of trip, you know?
Hell and back.
A lot of temperature changes. That's interesting, I suppose.
Yeah.
Global warming.
Yeah.
So cute.
I step in. I'd like to propose a toast to our lovely host. May her garden be full of beautiful flowers and her life full of many beautiful people. To you, Mrs. Asmodeus.
Cheers.
Her head tilts at the last part, but she says, thank you very much. It is always a pleasure to have company, and what a kind thing to say, Hondo. Thank you.
Just staring at Hondo while I drink.
Does she seem okay? Does she seem... She seems kind of sad.
Make an insight check.
Okay. It's a 22.
Yeah, she seems just kind of like a little lost with family gone and everyone is working or something. She doesn't seem like she has anything to do. She's kind of now, she's not taking care of the home so much. She's just kind of hanging out, reading and just drinking tea. That seems like her whole deal currently. And she's just she's not depressed, but a little lonely probably.
I picture Gillian Anderson for the role of my mother, if anyone's considering casting this. Hey, Mom, have you ever heard just in like stories or anything like that. Have you ever heard the words the Dark Crow before?
The Dark Crow. It doesn't sound particularly familiar. You know when there's something that's just on the tip of your tongue, the tip of your mind. I feel that you say the Dark Crow, and there's something. I feel like I've heard a song or something to the effect that has something to do with that, but I can't think for the life of me. Why do you ask?
We've just stumbled across a lot of like history and lore that we don't really have a good comprehension of, but we know is important. We're kind of tasked with some things. Dark Crow's one of them. So is Castirum. Do you remember any stories about Castirum, anything like that?
Sorry, say again?
Castirum. It's okay. It's a very like obscure ancient reference. Which where do you think the best place is now to research anything, to look at some books, try and find out answers to things?
Well, you could always take a look down into the halls of civilization. There's in the halls they have there's an archive and a library.
Is that where your brother works?
He does work near the halls of civilization, but works for the courier service, the reed runners. They're kind of adjacent to the halls, but not directly affiliated. But yeah, the halls of civilization and libraries and archives there, perhaps. You should be familiar. You spent many a day in the library there.
Yeah, I just don't know if anything changed. Maybe some stuff I might have to talk to Francis about too. We came back from the desert, actually. We rescued some people in a caravan, and a couple mercenaries are looking for work. They're not mercenaries anymore, but just good people looking for honest work. And
perhaps they could speak with Constance. She's the Emerald Enclave leader in the hall. Perhaps if they're always recruiting and have unfortunately lost a few recently. It might be worthwhile if they're willing to, if they're mercenaries, if they're fighting types.
How did they lose some people recently?
Well, perhaps it would be best if you'll hear from your father. But
stepfather.
He's your father, Valentine.
Well,
he raised you. Your father has been working tirelessly with his repairing relations with the Valenwood, with the tribes of the Vale. Obviously, you know that he's reached out to the Lindurin with your sister, and he had hoped that would be enough to garner a meeting of sorts with the Sylvan tribe. They're one of the largest tribes in the Vale, in an area known as the Heartwood, apparently. Your father had sent 2 separate enclaves at this point with Emerald Enclave guards. However, neither have returned, and we have not heard word that they have made it to their destination. She kind of looks about, and there's obviously it's just you, but she's just kind of being cautious. I reached out to your sister, and she does not know of their fate either. She's in a different part of the Vale entirely, so it's not surprising. But there is some pressure now on your father that 2 of these enclaves have not reached their goal. Perhaps have been taken prisoner, or perhaps have just fallen to some number of beasts, or whether the Sylvan tribe themselves have done something. We truthfully have no idea. However, your father is insistent on continuing his goal.
We might be headed in that direction anyways, so we'll talk to him.
That would be good, for multiple reasons. Perhaps I can ask you something.
Yeah, of course, anything.
When you speak to him, one, please don't tell him I already told you about his journey. His
difficulty.
Yes. He doesn't like that being rubbed in his face, obviously, his failure. But he wants to go himself on this third attempt. I have tried to talk him out of it. Perhaps you could try?
I'll talk to him. There's stuff in this world that there's just bad in this world, and he shouldn't go looking for it.
That's more or less what I had to say to him.
I'll talk to him.
Thank you.
What time is he supposed to be home? And what do normal people work here?
Sundown, typically.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll walk around town and come back for dinner.
Sure. Yes, that would be lovely. I can have Andre prepare something lavish for us all. That would be lovely.
Oh, great! You'll love this. Lavish for Lav. It's gonna be great.
Yes.
Then perhaps I'll have Andre show you out, and you can be on your way.
Yeah. There used to be that magic shop owned by
Alvar's place. Yes.
Alvar. Has anyone moved in? Is there any new magic dealers that came into Verdancia?
No, unfortunately, it's kind of collecting dust at the moment. We honestly don't know what to do in that regard. The city is, and she kind of looks about. Truthfully, the city is not well equipped in terms of the arcane arts. Alvar was one who could do such things. We have some divine practitioners within the halls, but in terms of arcane, in terms of we don't, for some reason, even graduates of the Whitethorn don't seem to think it's worthy to come and practice their arts here. For whatever reason, I don't know. But without Alvar, we are kind of exposed in a weird way.
Might know a guy who would be interested in taking over with a generous down payment on that place. I'll get back to you. We'll maybe go check that out.
Sure. Yeah, that would be very interesting. Your father would be very pleased.
Okay. Yeah. Do you guys want to maybe do a little shopping? Maybe get some new clothes and get the sand out of my goddamn cloak. Sorry, Mom.
Yeah, that'd be great.
We could use some potions. Let's just go see if we can find some stuff and then come back here for sundown.
Easy enough.
We could have brought Ted back to where he was first found, but we're not going to do it. Maybe we'll adopt somewhere owl bears. What do you think, Hondo?
We have one. Good. We do not want to go back to those people with 1 of 3 owl bears.
Wasn't our fault. Probably was our fault. Okay. Yeah, let's go hit the town.
Okay. You guys are led back out through the Iridesha Keep and out into the slightly crisper mid-morning, mid-afternoon day of, actually, I believe, the last day of the month.
What's the new month?
I believe we're heading into Zenhearth, but I can't remember.
Oof, what a good month, guys.
Could be Mirren. Let's see. Where do you guys want to go as I look this up?
I'll just quickly ask for any of our note keepers in the group. Heartwood, isn't that where potentially one of the relics is? I know that Sylvanus was like a chosen warden of the Fae, and he was holding on to the Warden of the Fae artifact.
I'm checking the book notes. Just give me a sec.
It is. This is the last day of Zenhearth. Tomorrow is the first of Morden.
Moradin, cool. Because, I mean, we're headed in that direction anyways. Here's what I think we should do. We should go on a nice shopping trip. We could chat with Constance, who runs the Emerald Enclave. We can inquire about purchasing Alvar's old place or possibly renting it out if it's like a not used building. We could post up Damascus in there, give him some research, give him a little home base, keep him there for a bit. I think that'd be good. I mean, he can do some stuff. He like did some magic. He doesn't have to sell, but he might be like a nice addition, and he could be like researching for us. Thoughts?
Yeah, we also have to try to see if we can find a teleportation circle in this city.
Yes.
Maybe that's something your stepfather might know about. The book didn't have anything about the heart. What is it called? Heartwood?
Heartwood, yeah.
Just looking at my own notes.
No.
I don't see anything.
Heartwood was in the Valenwood, though, right?
Yeah, it's like a section of the Vale, though there are basically like no maps, no known kind of landmarks within. It's just kind of the Vale. It's this big forest, and without special know-how, you have no idea where to even start.
But we do know that potentially one of these things we discovered says that artifact, the Warden of the Fae, was in the Vale.
Yeah. You're. I don't know the specific wording, but you know that it was last owned by Sylvanus, protector of the Warden of the Fae, and who was last seen in the Vale.
Okay, well, that's an interesting lead.
Yeah, it says still worn by the champion of the Vale, protected by the innate magics of the forest and its creatures. He in turn waits a great threat to the Vale before rising to action once more, or until a new champion is presented. Mind you, this was written a very long time ago, so we don't know how much of this is still accurate, but I mean, I don't know why he would ever leave. We just have to find out where. Are we allowed to just walk into the Vale? Because everything I've heard has been, they don't really like outsiders.
I feel like...
Sorry, I didn't know if you were asking me as the DM or asking collectively.
I'm asking the group.
Okay.
I don't know much except that the elves like to keep to themselves. They don't really like people coming into their land. Seems like this Sylvan tribe is particularly prickly. I feel like there's better diplomatic relationships now that Daisy married Elias, or Elias.
Elias.
With his tribe, the Lindarin. Yeah, what about you, DM? Is that a general good read about it?
More or less, yeah. There is very little known of the Vale because they are very protective of their borders. You would know from like your family's whole like your father, your stepfather's whole purpose, his whole like kind of journey in life has been to try and open these lines of communication and reestablish reconciliation between these provinces, and has taken a long time to even get to where he was with getting Daisy involved, and it took a lot of work to get there. It seemed like the Lindarin were the first to really respond, and he's kind of hoping that this would kind of snowball things, but they are very protective, and there have been people who've traveled into the Vale and not been seen again. There have been people who have traveled into the Vale and told tales of the Vale, but have whether what they say is true, whether they actually went through, is kind of, it's a little bit of hearsay, a little bit of story, a little bit of hoping that it's true, hoping that it's not. There's not a whole lot known.
Could we try and do a little shop right now?
Sure. The city is active, and there are plenty of shops that you'd be well aware of. There's restaurants. There's there's kind of a little bit of everything in this area.
Does anyone need? Oh, Gordo needs a blacksmith.
Mhm.
Can we try and find a blacksmith for our guy?
Yeah, you would know specifically one that your family is familiar with is Fire and Thistle.
Oof, great one.
They are affiliated with your family, and they are kind of close to this end of town. Though there are a couple other ones. However, you would know specifically you want to avoid a couple down to the southern regions as they are owned by the Davenfields.
I don't have a good relationship.
Yeah.
But there's a couple incidents.
There'd be a couple places that you would recognize and I would assume be steering clear of. But one nearby you would be Fire and Thistle Smiths.
Gord, why don't you let's all go to the Fire and Thistle. You go in, drop my name, and then if you need the big guns, I'll come in too. And we can try and get a good price for you.
Sounds good.
Okay.
And I can go to the bathroom while he does that.
Yeah, no problem. You guys make your way across into town, into kind of this market district area, and yeah, you do hear the sounds of the smith, and you see the signs of this kind of wide, kind of rounded, almost domed building, and through its top you can see smoke kind of trickling up and out. It's kind of one of a few places that is kind of smoking out of the chimney, heavier than just a standard fire. And you recognize the obvious signs of a blacksmith. As Gord, you make your way inside, and you see the interior is hot. It is low lit by the kind of forge that is kind of central within the room, and you see a man currently just kind of working on some piece of armor. It looks like you're not sure exactly what, but he's kind of molding it across this anvil. But he, as you kind of walk in, and there's a little bell that dings, he turns towards you and says, "Can I help you?"
Need a helmet made.
Well, you come to the right place. What kind of helmet? We do just kind of a little bit of everything. Are you looking leather? Are you looking proper iron, steel?
Steel.
Sure.
Highest quality you have.
Well, if you're looking for high quality, I mean, if you want to go high quality, if you can bring me some mithril, that's your best bet. But I can get some pretty good steel here if you want. All right. Is there anything specific about it you want, or just a straight helmet? What are you looking for?
I have a specific design in mind, and I'll slip him a piece of paper.
Okay. And he looks over the imagery that you showcased to him, and he says, "Well, this is a little bit of work. This is a little bit of doing."
Hold on, I'll send you what I want. You might need to see it for you.
Let's see.
Continue.
Let's
Hold on, I gotta find it.
Are you going to a magic shop anytime soon?
The only magic shop you guys knew of was the one where the guy is dead. So
The one whose carpet we ride around on.
Yeah, so
the one you've already raided and stolen all the goods.
might have to go back and see if there's anything left to steal.
We already stole it all.
Did you send it in the?
Hondo, don't you remember that guy had no legs?
Yes. I wanted to save him,
You did want to save him.
You tried.
Actually, yeah.
but somebody wouldn't let me.
Sorry, my sister was lost.
Fuck, sorry, I'm trying to find it. I just finished making it.
It's okay.
Okay,
While that's
fine.
happening, can I talk to Lava outside?
Sure. Go ahead.
Here it is.
Son of a bitch.
Where are you sending?
Helmet's black though. Picture it being black.
That's fine.
Oh, you
Matte
sent
black.
it to me.
Oh fuck. God damn it, it took so long to find.
You know, Kyle, describe it when you see it.
Mm.
Should I send it just to you, Kyle?
It doesn't matter. You can send it in the D&D group. You're going to be wearing it, so everyone's going to see it shortly. I just want to see what you're talking about.
What do you think, Allie?
I love it. It's so cool. I hope it works. It is wicked and very gourd.
Nope, Brock shared a file. Download file. Sure.
Oh, cool.
Can I open the file? Let's...
My Mac
Oh
photo.
my gosh.
Where are my pictures? Where'd it save? What the shit?
I could just. Gord, do you want to describe it to the listener?
Yeah, you can describe it.
Looks like the Mandalorian's helmet. At the bottom there is a pentagram.
Yeah. It's pretty legit.
Oh, there it is. Perfect. All right. As you slip the image of the Mandalorian helmet, this full face mask with this thin slitted visor and this.
So if you can imagine, like, you know how on the helmet it's like a T?
Mhm.
Imagine that there's only the horizontal line.
Yeah.
And then instead of the bottom T part, it's just in the shape of a pentagram.
Yeah. So like have the top of the point up connect with like in between the visor, or
Yeah, so instead of like the black part that goes down, the black part would be in the shape of a pentagram.
100%. Yeah. As you showcase this to the blacksmith, he says, "Yeah, I mean, I can make this happen for you. It'll cost you a bit, and it'll take a couple of days. Honestly, it's a little bit more intricate. It's just me here at the time, so I've got to finish up an order before."
I'll pay you double for speed and discretion.
Love that.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Oh god, that's good. Oops, sorry.
Advantage, that means I roll twice.
Yeah. Roll twice, take the higher.
Uh, 19.
His eyebrows kind of shoot up, and he kind of looks over the paper once more and says, "Yeah, all right. How about we say 400 gold, and I'll get it to you. I'll get it to you in a day if you give me 400 gold."
Deal.
He shakes your hand, shakes your paw, and says, "Pleasure doing business with you. What do I call you, friend?"
The name's Ned. Ned Tugin.
Nice to meet you, Ned. I'm Wayne. If you come back here this time tomorrow, my other jobs can wait. If you're willing to give 400 gold, would say if you got it on you, would say half now, half on completion.
Deal.
All right. You hand him 200 gold.
Yep.
Deal. As you fish it out, he immediately just begins, like, he pushes aside the armor, like, chest plate that he was working on, and begins just like filling up troughs of water and like moving stuff into his forge and stoking the forge, and says, "It looks like I'm pulling an all-nighter, but this is gonna be cool as hell. All right, I'll see you tomorrow."
Ned.
Nice to meet you, Ned.
Outside, can I talk to Lavender quickly?
Yeah, absolutely.
So
She's just got her little book. She's like sketching things around her. In prestidigitation, she's like leaving her name everywhere. This is Lavender was here.
she's
Each
never
time you do a new one, the old one fades away.
Ooh, cool.
just never watched anything about Jester from Critical Role yet. Is so similar.
Yeah.
Similar. Hey, Purple. I have a idea for you.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, you sketch things in that book, right?
Yes.
Could you sketch something quickly that we could go into this blacksmith shop? See how Brawley has a CG for Champions Guild, like that cool like buckler thing? Could you
Yes.
do something like Wildcards, WC, like a logo? I'd like to get like badges made that we can have and like attached to our cloaks and stuff.
Ooh, that's pretty cool. I like that idea. How many are you going to need?
6, 7, 8, one for Keith. 9, one for Keith, one for Fern, one for Mira.
Okay, deal. I'll do that.
Okay.
So if she draws something, I'll grab the slip of paper when she's satisfied and go into the blacksmith shop.
Sure. Make a Lavender. Roll a performance check.
Ooh.
A little under pressure with everyone watching you. Let's see how well you perform.
You can
under
re-roll it
some
if you want.
pressure.
You can re-roll it.
Can I re-roll it?
Well, with your
With
thing.
my Tides of Chaos?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. You can get advantage on. Take advantage on a. Is it on an ability check?
Yeah.
Go nuts. Yeah.
11.
Okay. The pressure of everyone now that Valentine's put you on the spot. You're very comfortable with like your own drawings, and it's mostly for you. As soon as it's for everyone else, and you can see the whole group is kind of suddenly all around you, the pressure kind of gets to you a little bit, and you're just like on the clock here, and you start drawing something. You're not super proud of it, but it'll do.
Okay, everybody stop watching me, okay? I don't watch you when you... What do you do?
Listen, you don't have to worry, because you know what? You're a strong, independent creator, okay? Can I inspire her to try and add a little, like, detail to that?
No. That would have to be something you do before the roll.
Should have
I
done it.
am
Should have done
going
it.
to take this tonight, and I'm going to practice in my room.
Okay, you don't want me to... Okay.
First draft, people. First draft.
Okay, yeah, we'll try again tomorrow.
Fair enough. Gord returns with a contented look on his face.
What'd you get?
I think he's in the bathroom. Oh, he's back.
I'll see you tomorrow.
It's going to be ready tomorrow?
Yep.
Cool. Are you happy with it?
I haven't received it yet, so how would I know?
Such a jokester. Okay. Well, if you guys want to get some lunch, or I don't know if Alvar's not here when he was running the magic, if there's any potion place, but we can try and look around.
There
That
is
was
a
at
potion
different
place.
right? Yeah.
No, there's a potion place here that you guys went to before.
Brock got a sleeping potion that we've never used.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Yep. It's called the Silver Vial.
Dope name.
It's not quite in the same area, but like you guys are just kind of like wandering about streets, getting just reacquainted and just kind of like having like a relaxing day of no murder, which is nice for once.
That's nice.
But yeah, you make your way over to the Silver Vial. The gnomish patron is kind of in the middle. Again, this building is it's a square building, small, kind of set into the ground a little bit. You can see like it's other living quarters above, whether they're the person who owns this building or just other rented apartment type style. You step down into this place and it's cool and it's kind of dark and dank, and you can see moss is kind of growing along the walls and floor, but it looks like tended to. It looks intentional. It doesn't look like haphazard and gross. Though the initial waft of the smell hits you like a ton of bricks. It's not unpleasant, but it is pungent and it is in your face. But
Like
it's not
walking into a
necessarily-
lush.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's not like horrible. Like you're not walking into a sewage plant, but it's just like, oh, all right, that's the smell, and it's there. But she is kind of scurrying about the room, kind of in the middle of mixing together something in this pot, this large black cauldron towards the back of her shop. And you can see there are some simple shelves on the walls that do bear some potion-looking bottles, and you can see there are small boxes of little like you can see like little almost what looks like spell components, but it's like herbs and spices and little twigs here and there, and there are some rocks and just like little things like that. It'll look all very natural and herbalist. But she kind of nods towards you as she's just continue as you guys enter.
Hey there, we're interested in some potions.
Well, then you've come to the right place. Check that wall right there.
Wonderful.
Oh, this place stinks.
Lavender.
Yeah.
I need a potion to plug my nose.
Lavender.
Just use your hand, fool. And she continues just mixing this potion.
Do you have any healing potions in particular is what we're looking for?
She points at the wall. As you make your way over to the wall, you see 3 familiar reddish potions, and there's a couple of other ones that look they're like clear in nature, but as you kind of read the tags, they're kind of like mundane cures for like specific ailments, like things for like helping with like aching bones and like arthritis, and like allergies and like regular
Scott could use all of those.
mundane things. Some that help with like eyesight, just picking on Scott a little bit more.
Yeah, I could use all of these potions. I could buy these for a friend.
And you
Have
also
to send them to a different dimension.
Yeah, I have to plane shift these.
there are a couple of other different colored ones that you don't see the labels on, but you see 3 specific healing potions.
Do they have a price tag on them?
Yeah, on the back they say 50G.
Let's grab all of these. I'll bring those to the counter.
Sure.
What were the other potions? I didn't see them labeled. Like a bluer one.
She points to the blue one, and you did look at it, but it had kind of a language written on it that you don't recognize. And she kind of looks over and says, looks you up and down and says, I don't know if you would enjoy that one. It's something that would make you a little smaller for a short amount of time, or whoever drinks it. About my size, so to speak.
That's interesting.
What
Hondo,
if
you're always
even shorter.
Hondo. What was that?
I said, what if you're even shorter?
Makes you even smaller.
Oh, Matt, you'd be so
We
cute.
could put you in our pocket.
I kind of want to be tiny, guys.
Is it permanent or just for a little bit?
Well, if it was permanent, it wouldn't have that price tag on it. It would be much, much more expensive. No, it is. It's for a short amount of time. Not very
I'll
long.
take it. Could come in handy.
How much
all
is
right.
that one then?
That one is a little bit pricier. That one's 200 gold.
Okay.
I can take it out of my gold.
Okay.
So, Allie, if you want to add potion of diminution or diminution.
Diminution.
Diminution. That's
Makes
a weird
sense.
word.
Diminution?
Diminution. If you want to add that to your D&D Beyond, you get the effect of the reduce part of enlarge reduce for 1d4 hours, no concentration.
Cool.
So essentially, if you look at the spell, it shrinks you to one size larger. It's your size is halved in all dimensions. Your weight is reduced to 1/8 of normal. Decreases you from medium to small in terms of size for purposes of like actual categorization. It will, in Allie's case specifically, this is important. It will give you disadvantage on strength checks and saving throws. And your attacks deal 1d4 less damage.
But you know who we can make real tiny if we needed to get somewhere, because he's really freaking big.
Raymond Borales.
Keith could actually possibly fit on the carpet.
That's
He's
what
a little smaller.
Yeah.
Keith would be a little pocket size goat.
And it
Oh my
lasts
God.
how long? Sorry.
1d4 hours, so you roll for it.
Cool.
So it could be 1 to 4.
And for these potions, 50 each, so 150 gold.
That's about it.
And these are regular healing potions?
That's unfortunately all I can manage right now. The bigger stuff requires some stuff that's hard to get around here.
What if someone was to get it for you? Would that help? Would there be a deal involved with that?
Hey, you bring me some of the elements for it. Sure, I can make it for you, and for about half the cost. Save some coin, but it does take a little while to make those. It's the brewing process. You got to let it kind of ferment for about like a week.
Sure. What could you write down? What you would need for that?
Sure. And she starts kind of writing down. There's 3 components she writes down and slips across to you. None of them are familiar to you, and they're like like the Latin names of plants that like it's just like, okay, these are words. Sure.
How long would it take you to make a regular healing potion? Could you do it now?
I'm working on one currently, actually. These things always seem to fly off the shelves, and it's a quick way to make 50 gold. It takes a couple of days. It takes a couple of days to make one of these. Like usually about 2-3 days by the time it's properly fermented.
We want 5 more.
Hey, if you wait another 10-15 days, you'll get about 5 more.
We'll add an extra 100 gold if you can do it too.
Hey, I'll give it to you for free if you can make time travel happen.
Work 24 hours a day and get it done.
It's not me that has to work. It has to ferment. It literally takes time to make it work.
Okay, so what if we ferment it while we carry it?
That's not how it works. Are you going to keep it on fire under, like, in a cauldron for the whole time you're traveling? What do you think this is? This isn't just for show. Like, I'm not doing this for...
That's a pretty good question.
Well, this is all happening. I'm in the back, just like find like where there's a bunch of stuff hanging from the ceiling and like pointing at dried lavender, and I'm just like, hey, Laugh, look.
Oh my god, what do you think that even is?
There's a reason. Smell it. It smells like it's lavender. This is what lavender actually. Okay, never mind.
Mary's attempted a joke.
It's funny. I've slapped down party gold, 150 gold.
Okay, you get 3 potions. Allie gets a potion of diminution.
200.
And the gnomish patron there pulls the gold across, slams it into a little chest. Says, hey, if you do come up with any time travel, or if you just want to wait 10-15 days, I'll have more of these ready if you're willing to part with more of your gold.
We would love to. So hopefully we can still be alive by that time to circle back and get them.
That's fair. If you really wanted to, you put down, say, 25 right now. I'll hold off on selling a couple of them for you. I'll make sure they're here for you.
I just give a long stare, and then I slide 25 across the table.
I'll keep them behind the table here. When you guys roll back around, I'll have some ready for you.
For the Wildcards, please.
You got it. I didn't really need your names. You guys kind of stand out.
Really? Okay.
A little bit.
We'll have badges soon. We're working on like a branding.
Oh yeah, that'll help.
Oh
Yeah,
god.
that'll help recognize.
Yeah.
These components that you need. Do you know where they're normally found?
I mean, kind of out in the wilds. You'd have a good chance getting them from the forest, but good luck, you know.
Yeah, I kind of thought so. Thanks.
That's why it's kind of hard to come by. We get some traders that come through every now and again from the Vale, and like kind of some of these emissaries who bring some stuff with them. Sometimes you got some people up in the reliquary that'll go out and they'll find some cool stuff, and they're willing to trade, and I can make my stuff here. But yeah, not many people going out towards the Vale coming back these days.
We might be headed there actually, so we'll let you know.
Hey, like I say, she taps the paper again. You find any of that, I'll save you some money on some good old potions.
Sounds great. Pleasure doing business with you.
You too.
You guys want some lunch?
She's definitely thinks that she gets to just keep that gold. She does not think we're coming back.
Oh yeah. We're gonna die anyway.
Can I just purchase some of this dried stuff?
You point at the lavender.
Yeah.
She says, "Yeah, sure. How much you want?"
Do you have any that you're just getting rid of?
I mean, no. All of it.
I mean,
will
it's
get
all
you.
dried and stuff.
Yeah, that's how you use it. You put it
How
in
do
a
you
mortar.
use it? What's it for?
Put it in a mortar and pestle, and you squish it all up and turn it into a dust. And you sprinkle over stuff, makes it smell nice.
How much will 1 gold get me?
She grabs like a handful, like in a little bushel, and she puts it across.
I'll give you half of 1 gold for this.
And she takes half of it away.
Perfect.
That's 5 silver pieces.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Yes. Take care.
I think that you should sprinkle some of this around your shop because, as you heard earlier, it doesn't smell very good.
Wait, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here.
I just don't know why, if she had a solution, she wouldn't solve
It's
it.
okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Bye. You guys are able to go and get lunch. If you to feed all of you, it's like 5 gold all around for like a good meal and like drinks and stuff.
Can we just also get like just some extra rations while we're out and about?
Good call.
Sure. Let me pull rations.
I will continue to edit party gold.
I
Yeah.
was gonna say, do you have gold? Still use a lot, right?
1,416 gold.
So say one gold for 1 day of good rations, or 5 silver for like okay rations.
I'm cool with the okay shit.
Why don't we do this? It was at 1416. Let's tip our waitress or waiter, so we'll have spent 6 gold on lunch. That puts us at 1410. Why don't we get for 6 of us? 6 times 5 is 30. So why don't we be down to 1380? And we'll all have 5 more days rations. Is that cool?
I think so. I don't know how much. We didn't have that much left. Like, what happens if we end up traveling 2 weeks to get to this place in the south?
Okay, let's add. Do you want 10 days rations?
Let's at least get 10 days.
Okay, so that's another 30 more.
So 60 gold from where you are right now.
Okay, so 60. Okay, so we're at 1320.
And you more or less clear out what they had. Like there's a little bit left, but like clearing out like this kind of general store.
You're just tourists wandering into town. Just easy buys.
Yeah. Just
marks.
Like it's
They're the people when you walk in the door, they like turn the price sign over so that it's now more expensive.
But yeah, you guys managed to get yourselves 10 days apiece of good rations on top of whatever you had before. That'll be worth keeping track of. I don't know how many you had before, but you guys have traveled essentially 5 full days and used some to feed some of these other people. So I'd say you're down 7 days of whatever you had before.
And we didn't have a lot before. I think what we were surviving on recently was just stuff from the Platinum Sanctuary, and then maybe 5 days from when we were in.
Okay, then I would say you guys have what you just bought for rations.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
So I'm going to say we have 10 days rations for everyone on this day. I'm going to mark it down.
You can probably mark for the tomorrow because you guys are going to eat here.
Yeah, I was just going to put we have 10 days rations whenever we go on a trip for everyone.
Okay.
In Hammerstock, we would have just eaten at restaurants, so it wouldn't matter.
Yep. Is there anything else you guys want to take a look for? There's just like kind of every little shop. There are little bookstores. There are there's the halls themselves, which kind of sit up on kind of like this central area towards the upper section where Valentine's home is, but more in the kind of middle of this upper echelon where you kind of rise up these stairs into like this kind of raised section of the city. The hall itself, you can see, kind of sits high above a bunch of other like homes and stuff like that. You can see it's got a wide kind of garden area that surrounds it as well. It's like campus almost.
Hey, Valentine, do you think that we could go into one of these bookstores? AKA, I'm going to go in one of these bookstores, but which one would tell me the most about magic?
I think that would actually be the Hall of Civilization if you wanted to go in that with us.
I want to get a book to bring with me.
We could ask them like a loaner, or we could try and purchase it outright.
Done.
Do you need any more paper for your book? I know a great paper shop.
Why are you so excited about this paper shop?
'Cause
You got
I-
a crush on the teller or something?
No, I write. You draw, I write.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I would like that.
Well, there's two different things that you would come across that Valentine would have an idea of. There is just a standard bookstore in which you can buy just paper and like journals and quills and stuff like that, as well as like fiction books and stuff like that. But there is a book that has more lore books and fairy tale books and spell books and stuff like that. It's not a massive store, this other one, but there is some stuff on it. However, Val is probably not wrong that you'll find in the halls is going to be better, but this you can purchase.
I open this up to the group while we walk. Do you think we should go to the Halls of Civilization now or after talking to Francis? I didn't want to... I don't have a lot of love for the guy, but I didn't want to step on his toes. I wanted to kind of like... go for it.
Waiting to see if he has anything to add before we add to our research.
Yeah.
You mentioned this place has fairy tale books. I mean, what was it? Shadow Crow, Dark Crow?
Dark Crow.
That sounds like something from a nursery rhyme.
Yeah, why don't we buy a book or two, like a journal for both of us, so we can have some more to add, and then let's ask the teller maybe if they know anything about the Dark Crow, like a fairy tale or something.
Sure. You guys find a place called Spellbound, and head
Fucking
on.
great name
there.
for a bookstore. It's so good.
And you make anyone who wants to go in here to take a look and see what they can find in terms of fairy tale books or whatever you're specifically searching for individually. Throw investigation checks.
You got it.
Oh, help.
Oh.
Oh!
It's okay, I rolled well, guys.
1. What did you get, Lav?
I rolled a 2 plus 7, 9.
I rolled a 28.
Okay.
I'm just so into the journal I found. Just so enraptured by it.
So at a different store you can get the journal and all that stuff, but like it's only like a gold a piece for you and Lavender. However,
2 of them are just like geeking out over their new quills, and I'm like, all right,
over
I'll myself.
paper. As the two of you, as all of you, kind of enter into Spellbound, it's a small spot, and like to fit all of you in here, it doesn't even really fit. Like you can only have like 3 people in at a time, 4 at most. And you can see there is this human woman sat behind a small, thin kind of counter, and she is reading a book. Looks up for a brief moment as you enter, and then looks back down to her book, kind of not interested. But you guys make your way looking through the small offering that is here. And Val and Lavender, quickly you look across, and it's a lot of there's it seems like more like kids' tales more than anything like really occulty or like anything that would be like high level your kind of stuff. It's more like fodder, entertainment. Mary, however, as you're kind of poking through, you see stashed kind of behind a selection of other books. You see this older, thinner kind of tome. Not tome, it's thin. This thin journal type book, this leather-bound book. And it is aged and dusty. It's kind of cracking at the edges, and like the leather on it is splotchy. You can see the edges of the pages themselves are stained like yellowy and almost brown. And you kind of shift the other books aside, and there's no title, there's nothing on the side, but you kind of flip it open curiously, as it's very different from the rest of what's offered here. And you see a book in a language. What do you speak? What do you know?
I speak Elvish, Gnomish, Orcish, Common, Thieves' Cant.
Elvish, Gnomish, Common,
Orcish.
Thieves' Cant, Orcish.
Yeah.
This is not a language you recognize.
Okay.
Um,
I'll hold it up to the.
Sorry. One thing you do note too, there are 3 different styles of language here, and none of them you recognize. That's kind of what I was going for. Sorry. You can tell this is different though. This is different than the rest that was offered here.
Okay.
That's kind of the only information you gather from it.
I'll just hold it up and call out, "Hey, what do you know about this book?" To the teller.
She looks over at you and says, I'm not sure. Bring it here. I don't honestly recognize that cover.
It was behind this section.
She kind of looks at it and flips through it. And Mary, you can tell she recognizes at least one of the languages. You can tell there's more lingering eyes as she's reading rather than perusing. And she says, I don't know, it's an old storybook.
You know what language it's in?
Oh, there seem to be a couple. If you're interested, perhaps you purchase it and find out yourself.
How much?
How much do you want it for?
I don't know. I don't buy books. How much are books? Val, how much are books?
Benzo, oh, that book looks so neat. Hi.
I give him a bit of a glare, as obviously he's making it sound too interesting.
Oh, it's so cool.
Oh my god, the Valentine stop.
I would pay so much. But hey, I'm Valentine Wild, more commonly Fleur Wild. What's your name?
My name's Jaden. I own this shop.
Jaden, I love books. I would come back here every day if I lived in this city like I used to and buy books. How much would you like for this book?
Well,
here's 10 gold.
I'm going to need more than that, unfortunately. Your interest in this book has obviously made it more interesting to me.
Give Valentine a very long glare.
What if you were to read a book about a traveling group of friends and enemies
Oh god.
bound together by blood and combat, who traveled to hell, the abyss, the Shadowfell, slayed a beast in the desert, battled a cult of the Nine Hells, and triumphed to save this land that we call Vesaria? What would you pay to have the first edition rights to that book?
I mean, it's kind of like most of the books that are already here. It's all fantasy and
Young adult fantasy. Yeah, there's a lot of books there.
a lot of made-up bullshit.
Well, I will pay you 50 gold for this book.
Make a persuasion check.
$23.
She looks down at the thing, kind of turns it over in her hands.
Is she grifting us?
Oh yeah, for sure she is.
Yeah.
Make an insight check.
I rolled my lowest, but that's still an 18.
You can tell, like, she's definitely grifting. Like, she's definitely trying to get the most money she can for this book. But she legitimately didn't recognize it when it was brought to her. And is kind of only now realizing, like, thinking about, like, not that she doesn't recognize what book this is. Like, maybe it is worth something more. Maybe it's something actually interesting. And she just didn't even realize how it got here. And this is her shop, and you can see there's a little bit of, like, gears turning in her head. But she says, 50 gold. You can have it.
Give her 55.
She hands you the book. But like as you kind of reach out, she kind of grabs hold of your hand for a second and says, "This isn't a normal request. When you're done with it, perhaps I'll buy it back from you, or perhaps you could tell me what's in it over coffee or something."
Sure. Yeah. We could spend a lot of gold on that.
Sure.
I look at Brawley. I look back at her. I look at Mary. I look at the book.
Trying not to smile.
And I just take the book.
She like kind of slides back in her like half-seated position, opens her book and says, "Pleasure doing business. Have a good day."
Yep. And I look at Lavender, and I look at Hondo, and I look at Gord, then I walk out.
How is it the one time you don't actually want to fool a girl?
I open the book. Can I read it? I speak Common, Draconic, Elvish, Halfling.
Nope. You flip through the same. You can tell there's like 3 different languages here. None of them are any of those. The 2 you and Mary can tell. One, it's got like part Elvish root, but is not Elvish.
If only we knew someone who had a book or a ring of language reading, or someone who had a spell about reading languages. God, this shit would be handy.
If I'm in the mood, I just happen to be, I guess.
Stay away from my mother, speaking of in the mood. I saw those eyes during breakfast.
Look, I am just being very friendly, and she's a free woman.
She's not a free woman. If she is a free woman, all women are free. But she's a married woman.
Look, I am not doing anything to control her, okay? It's her free will. If she wants to get to know me more, it could happen. I'm just being nice. I'm just being nice, Hondo.
To be fair, I'm pretty sure Hondo is old enough to be your father.
Nice like you were to Lavender earlier, Hondo?
Yes, even more nice.
I don't want to know what that is. Can you read this book, please? Like, you don't have to read it all right now. Is it could I tell by the words on the page, is this a quick read? Like, is this a fairy tale or is this a long book?
You can tell this is, it's a very short book, very thin book, only a handful of pages, and some of them are entirely just like blotted out with stain and scribbling. Some of it is torn. As you actually like for the first time really like look through it, but you can tell there are 3 distinct and clear like stories or parts that are in each individual 3 different languages.
Oh no, could you try and read this while we have lunch? I'll pay for your lunch.
I will do this. Do I have to do anything?
As long as you cast your spell.
No. Yes, I will use my ring.
As you use your ring of comprehend languages, the words before you kind of shift into place, into common, into something legible, and you can indeed tell that they are 3 individual stories.
Maybe I'll slide him the new journal so we can kind of like transcribe as he goes to common.
Okay. As you guys head off to like actually sit down somewhere to take time to do this, as it'll take a little bit of time to like read through and like rewrite and say it.
Like one of those like fancy European coffee shop outdoor patio things where there's way too many flowers. And...
Here, I'll take you to a low scale one.
Oh God. It's low scale like my low scale or?
No, God, no.
Okay.
What, are we going to go to a basement dungeon? No, let's go to a nice place.
Hondo, the first story you read begins with a charm like this little like sonnet, little song. As you begin to read, it says, I lay me here to sleep, no nightmare shall plague me, until they swim all the waters that flow upon the earth, and count all the stars that appear in the sky. Thus help me, Father of Light, let none escape your sight. It is titled Charm Against Nightmares. And then the ensuing story is a story of this slim, tall figure with no features, almost like a silhouette, that haunts people, and this ancient, dark being that haunts people specifically in their dreams. And always whispering into their ears of sickness and pain and death, and always they always kind of wake up feeling remorse and sad, depressed, and they always feel like they wake up and they have these marks all over their body. Though they could not speak, they feel like it's like explaining like sleep paralysis, and in the end, the figures within these stories all perish individually, one by one, before there is none left, and the story just ends.
Yeah, that's a good opener story. That's a cute one.
The second begins with its own little song as well.
Oh God.
And as Hondo begins writing it, Valentine, it is familiar. Hondo, you write out the title of this first little sonnet, and it says, "The Sun's Rise," and begin kind of translating from this language. It says, "Lock the door, blow out the light. The sun of blood haunts the night. Hide and tremble, little one, the son of pain wants to have some fun. Hear it scratching on the door, the son of shadow, craving more. The sun will rise for quite a while, till then beware their bloody smile."
I remember that one. That was fun.
Yeah, Val, as you see that written for the first time and not sung creepily within a dream horrorscape, it kind of sets this just cold, dead stone weight in your stomach. And the story of this is less of a story and more of like a journal of this figure who is being hunted. They feel like there's a constant presence watching over them. And there are whispering voices at every corner, and every time they blow out the candle for their night's rest, they feel this presence enter the room they're in. They feel it weighing them down in their beds, but there is never a creature, there's never a person, it's never there. And ultimately, this journal of this person, they descend into madness and end up taking their life. And the journal ends with them hanging beneath a tall oak tree. And that's the end of this story.
Cool. Hondo, what's the last story? I'm like finishing my soup. Artisan soup. It was delicious.
Your artisan soup.
Artisan soup. Who's messaging? Oh, it's you guys.
I'm just playing some creepy music.
Perfect. The last one, let me pull something up here. Last one does not begin with a jaunty little tune.
Great.
Instead, it is it's more formally written. And you can see there are harsh, like, hash marks that cross out certain things, as if it was written very quickly, but very formal language. And it details this creature, this figure, whose name has been stricken from history, but stories call him the Dubkatha.
You spell that, Carl?
Dubhcatha. And then in like parentheses, more commonly known as the Dark Crow. The tale continues that in her wrath, she cursed every member of his house. Other Fae refer to its descendants of the Dub Katha's house as the Dub Sith or Darklings. And then kind of begins a little like description and explanation of these Darklings who settle in caverns and chambers beneath towns. And they form enclaves as thieves, assassins, and murderers. Let me see. There is a little bit more about these creatures. That their bodies absorb light and can make them age rapidly. This is why they cover their bodies in dark clothing and resist exposure to light. And there is encounters where these creatures have absorbed light. As a result, they explode outward. The light itself causes pain and ultimate death to these creatures as part of this killing light from this figure. The Dark Crow itself, or the Dub Katha, it just kind of says there is little known, but a definite storied history and past of dark shadow, pain, and blood. And it ends there.
Well, that was creepy.
Just to finish my coffee. That sounds about right. Great.
Well, I mean, we have some names. We have some... whatever these darklings are. Did the idea of, like, darklings as, like, thieves and assassins, does that ring any bell for me? Okay.
No. The thieves and assassins you knew were thieves and assassins.
Cool.
Nothing... you never heard the term darkling before.
I mean, at the very least, we have something we can bring to that fancier library tomorrow, right?
Yeah. Maybe even be able to look for Dub Katha instead of, well, as well as Dark Crow. We also need to research more about Castirum. We heard it was south of the Veil. These islands show up at the full moon.
One quick pause. Castirian.
Castirian? Maybe my mom did know about it. I just told her the wrong name.
KAS''TYROION.
Oh my goodness, I would never guess that.
It's on the map.
No.
Castirian. Great.
N or N?
N.
Gotcha. Hey Val, maybe this this little kid charm against nightmare thing will work for you.
Yeah, I think I should probably commit that to memory because that sounds important. Gord, I don't want to make you overshare or anything. I know you're a private guy, but you seem to have had your fair share of nightmares. You ever encounter any like slender type man in your dreams? Anything scary?
Nothing of a Slender Man type variety.
What do you do when you have a bad dream? Do you have any advice?
I don't really have dreams. I have more future sightings.
Oh. Do you have any advice? Do you have any advice for a future sighting?
You'll know it when you see it.
Okay. Okay.
It's perfectly vague.
Well, yeah, why don't we, I don't know, walk around town a bit more and then head to dinner?
Question, DM. Is there anywhere around here that I could try to, probably not for today, but scope out where I could, like, rent a workshop for a couple hours? Or, like, a workspace that might have, like, tools that would complement the ones I have?
That's a good question. Make an investigation check as you're kind of going around all these other shops and things.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't go up to them today, but just trying to scope out where if I wanted to go tomorrow.
Yeah.
Speaking of, why don't we, while you're doing that, why don't we swing by Alvar's place? I just want to check it out. What's left of it?
I rolled a natural 20.
Okay.
Okay.
Great.
For like the most useless check.
Is there a shop I can use?
I want to make explodey arrows. I just need somewhere safe to do it.
Yeah, you don't come across any shops that look like they deal in tinkering or anything like that. Like, you don't see anything that really any like workshops. You see like a lot of artisan studios and stuff like that, where there is a larger space that you could in theory use the space. But if space is what you're looking for, you do have an empty shop in Alvar's place. And in theory, he might have some of the same tools from your memory. And it would be a place that you could work in. However, there is, as you more overhear than you actively pursue, but you hear some chatter between two individuals talking about the office of mercantile within the halls of civilization, and they're talking about like a workshop area, and they're talking about just like office bullshit, but they make mention of it being a place that is kind of what you're looking for, though whether you could get into to use it, who knows. But
Okay, cool.
you find that there is a place that, in theory, that the office of mercantile within the halls of civilization could work for that. If whatever you want, if you wanted to try in Alvar's place, you have an empty space that is still empty right now.
Do you guys want to check out Alvar's place? Sorry, what were you saying, Mary?
No, I just said thank you. That's it. I'm good.
Cool.
Hondo, do you want to, we could check out Alvar's place, Hondo. Maybe you could go around back, see if it's unlockable.
Don't trip any of those traps again.
Oh, fuck yeah. Remember the trap of upstairs? It was like a suit of armor attacked us?
Should I do an investigation check?
Sure. As you guys make your way over towards Alvar's, the Sphinx's sanctum, you do indeed see through the windows out front. You can see they've now been kind of covered with like a curtain on the interior where they weren't before, and the upstairs windows are similarly covered. And you can see there is kind of like a sign on the front. That just says like "Do not enter," and then like some fucking legalese bullshit. But nonetheless, are you trying to pick the lock or just check for traps?
First check for traps.
Okay. Yeah. Heading to the back door as you did before, there is no trap, and the lock is nothing. It without even the need of a roll, you just with no flair, unlock the lock and the door is open. Continuing through this kind of back room area, you can see is now entirely devoid of items, but you can see a thick layer of dust is kind of gathered, and within that dust you do not see any recent footprints or anything like that. This seems like this place has been abandoned probably since the last time you guys were here, or at least the last time someone came in to make sure it was empty. And looking up the stairs, it does seem like the traps that once were set in place are no longer. This place seems empty and not trapped.
Did I check for secret compartments or hiding space?
You guys have already found the secret compartments up in the upstairs loft area. There was a whole hidden wall section that came open like a vault, where you found the carpet and you found a bunch of other little trinkets and things. Your check back then led you to believe there's nothing more to find here. this place has been thoroughly searched, and even with just your passives and that carrying investigation forward, this place, like anything that was here, even like the bed that was here is gone upstairs. The dishes and things that were once in the room are like, this place is now an empty wooden home.
I don't really want to stay at the. What were you gonna say, Honda? You gonna say something? I don't want to stay at my parents' place at the Erdesa Keep. Like, what if this is our home in Verdancia, and while we're not here, this could be where like Damascus stays, maybe researches.
I don't mind that idea. My only concern is that there was a bunch of legal bullshit on the front door, and if we want to get into any of the stuff that we know we need to get into the next few days, we should probably keep on all the hoity-toity people's good side. Just, this library thing, trying to get a teleportation circle, trying to get someone who can get us access to the veil.
So why don't we
be careful?
Yeah, I agree. I think maybe we chat with Constance about that tomorrow from the Emerald Enclave.
I can talk to Gwendolyn too.
Okay, let's be easy with that. But we could stay in here tonight if we're quiet. If we don't have lights on, we could just try and camp out here, or we could stay at the Fox Club.
Yeah,
Why don't we have dinner and think about it?
You guys still have a little while, like an hour or two before dinner. So if there's anything you want to accomplish now before then, let's do it now. Otherwise, we can just jump ahead to dinner time.
I want to take Hondo just to the ocean side.
Sure.
Just to let him dip his little toes in. I'm sure he's been all dried out from that desert.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a hike to get down because the coastline along the eastern coast here is not. There's not a specific like dock area. There's a small dock, but not like a big shipping port area. There are docks and there are some smaller boats, but the waves are powerful, and you can see the broken kind of shale side of the cliffs of the ford that the city kind of sits on top of. The ground, like there's no beachfront necessarily. It's all these large, sharp, jagged pieces of gray and black shale. But Hondo, you're not unfamiliar with such things, and if you wanted to, yeah, you can go jump on in.
I jump in
easily enough. The water is cool. It is incredibly refreshing. You just get a dive in, and you feel the tension, if there was any, fade away, and the sand get washed away from within your
crevices,
your armor and crevices within the scales. And yeah, it's nice. There are some fish and things.
Shipwrecks?
If you want to keep going, there's nothing immediately on the edge here. But if you want to dive a little further out and make an investigation check, you can certainly try.
I will.
All right.
That's the last we saw of Hondo. It's the end of him in this campaign.
Throw an investigation.
Ooh, good. 15 naturally. What do you add to that?
I think it's 5.
I think it's more than that. I think it's 10.
My investigation's 11, everyone. 26.
Oof. Yeah, it takes a little bit of doing to dive down and swim. You see like where not the beachfront, but the beachfront where it kind of fades away into the ocean. It is darker than expected, and you begin swimming down, and you do find some signs of shipwrecks and things. You do see some sunken boats, but smaller. Nothing that you're accustomed to in your pirate trade. It seems more like not even merchant vessels, like more private, personal ships. And
this is like where all the fancy people keep their yachts.
Kind of.
It's a sailing club.
Yeah, there's not even enough space along this side to like even really dock like that. But it's just like you can see some people have tried and apparently failed to do so, and unfortunately there's nothing of particular interest within the boats themselves, within like the as you swim through and just begin kind of looking around. Unfortunately, either others have come before you to claim what valuables there were, or they just didn't have anything at the time. But you do find a couple of shipwrecks, but nothing of intrigue beyond, as you've been about 45 minutes or so of just like swimming along the ocean floor.
While I'm standing next to Brawley, I'll just like shoulder nudge her. I wasn't like flirting with that bookkeeper because I liked her. I was just like trying to get a good deal on the book, you know?
Oh, yeah, no, of course, yeah. No, I mean, like, not that I cared or anything. I mean, you wanted the book. You needed a good deal on it, right?
Totally. I mean,
you know?
not that you would care. Yeah, you're right.
No, right? Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
I want everyone here to know that. So.
Yeah. And it was worth it. It was a good book.
Yeah.
We
I mean, it
learned
was
a lot.
terrifying.
But we learned a lot.
We learned a lot. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're all learning.
Slowly but surely.
I just give Lavender a look and trying not to laugh.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
What was that?
It's just that drawing in my book.
Okay. Thought you said something.
Hondo's gone for a fair while, as you
He's
guys
probably
are all
dead.
just kind of waiting
He's dead.
as he swims down. But roughly about 45 minutes later, Hondo resurfaces.
Well, we were too early for dinner. Now we're late for dinner, Hondo, after you've been splashing around there. But that's pretty much par for the course.
Like a new person.
I thought you'd like that. You've been away from the ocean for a while, so I don't mind taking the time for you to splash around. You guys want some dinner? Want to go meet my stuck-up stepdad?
Give me 1 minute. I dive back in. I want to bring like an octopus or a squid or something for dinner.
God.
Okay. Let's do a survival for this one.
All right.
Fishing stats.
Fish
Yeah,
stat.
Let's do
Come on, nat 20.
survival.
9. What do you add to this survival?
Let's see. Survival is not great for you, I don't think.
It's 4, so that's 13.
13.
How slippery are those fish today?
That's what I'm looking at.
Slippery stats.
Amazing.
Slippery dice check.
I'm only now just realizing that I don't think we've cleaned up since we left the desert. And I'm a little concerned that we all look like shit for a
I'm
very
happy about
fancy
it.
party.
I'm really happy about it.
Kev, or Hondo, you dive down and you do see there's a bunch of like very colorful looking tropical like fish, but you want something that stands out. And you do manage to catch what looks like a rock at first. Is in fact this this octopus that is in hiding in camouflaged as this rock, and you manage to dive down and just grab hold of one of its tentacles. It's just as it tries to swim away, it ink blasts you. And you are initially covered in ink, but you currently have an octopus in your possession.
We have dinner.
It's on your face.
The octopus ink, which is a delicacy. It is delightful.
It's an
I'm sure
aphrodisiac.
Val's mom's gonna like that.
I don't like any of this. Are you gonna? Is that a pet or dinner?
This is dinner, my friend. We eat like kings tonight.
It's
All
currently
right.
it's still like kind of like clinging to Hondo and like trying to just like tentacle around him.
It looks like my limbs the other day.
Oh god, that was funny.
Let's
I mean,
never
no,
speak of
I mean
that
that
again.
wasn't. That was awful.
It's horrific. It's tragic.
Yeah.
Lemon
That's what I
juice,
meant.
the salt. We got.
All right. Well, if you want to prepare that, I think Francis will like it. Let's go see him.
You guys take the it's like an hour back up around to the keep from down here because you have to go all the way down to the floor of the ocean here. But you guys make your way back up to the Iridation Keep. And you are relatively clean. You're not still battle hardened. Like it would have taken a moment to brush yourselves off and wipe yourselves down at some point. And you are relatively presentable.
You'll just like walk through Hondo's wall of water like a car wash at some point.
That works.
That's not a bad idea.
Probably like before we came in the city, but
yeah.
Gord is that wet cat like meme. Very sad.
Grumpy cat.
Oh.
R.I.P.
In fairness, 2 of your party have prestidigitation, which can instantly just clean you. So
I will never say that word because I can't. No, can never say it.
prestidigitation.
Prestidigitation. See?
But you guys make your way into the Iridescent Cape once more, are met by Andre once more, who reluctantly allows you in, though with a hand out to Hondo, as he says, I believe I was very clear when I said beasts were to remain outside, and you are currently carrying an 8-legged creature.
This is dinner, my friend.
Well, dinner has already been prepared. You are, in fact, 45 minutes late to dinner.
That's why I bring a gift.
Master
Andre,
Valentine.
It's a traditional dish with his people. I don't want to. Are you really going to be racist about this right now, Andre?
Apparently I am. But as you wish, Master Valentine.
Thank you.
Don't worry.
This way. And he just turns and leads you once more through, although Lavender hasn't been led properly through, into the dining area. You are led into the dining area, where you see sat at this long, very polished, kind of dark wood table. You see Gwendolyn once more sat on the right side of the table. You see 2 small children of half-elven descent who are sat at the table, though are obviously fidgeting and wanting to move. And as soon as Valentine rounds the corner, the 2 of them jump out of their chairs and head towards Valentine as Lily and Leaf make their way to you.
I tackle them.
And very quickly, the whole place just turns upside down. But Andre announces you all nonetheless before departing and turning to Hondo and says, would you prefer to prepare your dish, or should I?
It's very simple. You just gotta go grill it, get some lemon juice on it, add a little salt. It's good to go. Bring it to the table. You got this, man. You got this.
Can you at least bring it to the kitchen for me so I don't have to touch it?
Very well.
Thank you.
I say, my friends, we will eat well tonight. And I look specially at Gwendolyn.
She toasts a glass of red wine to you, and quizzically looks at Andre, and then at the octopus on your arm, and just kind of smiles. You just see Francis, just this like flat, stony, cold look.
Which is normal.
Thank you. Valentine.
Francis.
A pleasure to
I,
have
stand
you
up,
home again.
holding both children. So nice to see you. I have very loud music playing, sorry. Dinner party music.
Likewise, it is always a pleasure for you to bring home these friends of yours. Thank you to your blue friend for his dinner offering. Perhaps it will be served as dessert, as our dinner is already prepared.
Were you waiting to eat?
Only a short while.
Well, that's good, as long as it was a short while. I think you know everyone here, Brawley, Gord, Hondo, Mary, but this is Lavender.
How you doing?
He stands up and reaches to shake your hand and nods at the rest of you.
Is Rowan in this room?
Not yet, no.
You can go.
I wipe my hand off on my pants and then I shake his hand.
You see just the twinge of just a little flick of his eye, where it's just like that's gross. And then he smiles and nods and says, "Please take a seat. Rowan will be joining us shortly. Dinner will be served in a moment, but please help yourselves to wine and water or anything you're interested in. What did you get up to today? Gwendolyn filled me in on your recent ventures. Even before caring about what happened today, Gwendolyn made note that you were in Haverfeld and Hammerstock recently. Did you? Were you there when the king passed?
We were.
Could you? There's been little information that's come out of Haverfeld since his passing. Do you have any light to shed on that?
I'll look at Brawley and just try and read her face if she wants this story told. Yeah. And then I'll tell him. I'll just tell him the whole story. I'll tell him the whole story, but then try and skip over parts of it when I look at Lily and Leaf. But just tell him that things didn't go well there. I don't think I'll say that Brawley was a red mane, but okay. I'll just say it was tragic. The queen almost died, but she's okay.
Several times your mother gasps, obviously loudly, but Francis is steadfast and quiet and kind of steepled hands as he listens. That is... that's an impressive tale.
Your son is responsible for bringing the queen back.
Stepson.
Stepson.
They both say stepson.
I am proud of you, Valentine. And of all of you. That is a great deed you've all done. Perhaps I had been too short with you, even given your last acts here in the city. How it was not made obvious how proud we both are, as he kind of grabs your mother's hand.
Just look at Lily and then back at him.
Proud of what you and your friends have managed to accomplish.
Well, there's some of it we're proud of, but we're not done yet.
Dinner is served towards the end of the story, and it is a very well prepared meal, though no octopus just yet. Needs to grill a little longer.
It's like those potions.
But the meal is served, and shortly after this moment, you hear footsteps approaching as Rowan enters the room, and you all see Valentine's brother make his way in. This slender figure, not very similar in features to Valentine necessarily. A lot more of a thinner build, thinner chin, and kind of this slicked hair that is much more like Francis's slick back hair. And he enters the room and kind of does like this half like nod bow to Gwendolyn and Francis. Says, "My apologies. It was a busy day at Reed Runners at the work, but I did not mean to be late, but thank you. I will not be enjoying dinner with you this evening, though Valentine, it is very nice to see you."
Rowan, it's so rude to be late.
I don't disagree, and I will suffer my penance in my room. Thank you. And
You're not going to have dinner with us? We came all this way.
Who's this guy?
That's my brother.
Hi. No, I think I will have something in my room. But it was nice to see you all again, although he kind of gives like a little scared look towards Hondo and Gord, and then just kind of nods his head and then shuffles on out. Lily and Leaf just kind of chuckle and laugh against one another. Francis says, "So what are your plans now?"
Well, we really actually wanted to touch base with Constance and also check out the halls of civilization, but actually wanted to check in with you first just to get a state of things, see where the house is positioned right now, and just hear the latest news.
That is surprisingly courteous. Well, I was not familiar you had acquaintance with Constance, though that is good. What business do you have with Constance?
We actually were interested in purchasing Alvar's old shop, and I thought she might be the person to talk to.
No, actually, Constance is not who you'd like to speak to for purchasing something like that. In fact, you'd be better off speaking with Reverend Kane. In terms of purchasing, they might be your best bet. They kind of head up the city council, and there has been some discussion as to what to do with the property and possessions of our dear Alvar.
Yeah, we came into contact with someone who has some skills in the arcane and maybe even the divine. We could even rent out this property just in the meantime if it's not a permanent thing, but my friends and I are looking for another base of operations here in the south, and well, we think it might be nice to have someone here who could, I don't know, research and do some work for us. I misspoke. We wanted to speak to Constance because another group we met are looking for work, mercenaries. They might be a good ad.
That does make more sense. They perhaps to embolden the ranks of the Emerald Enclave.
Yeah, when we talked to Mom earlier, she mentioned they might be looking for work. Do you happen to know anything about that?
He kind of gives a little side eye to Gwendolyn, who just like takes a sip of wine, and he says, "Yes, indeed, the Enclave has unfortunately suffered some losses. Your friends, though, if they are of sturdy sort, they will find a suitable home there. As for business within the city itself and the standings of the household, it is interesting you mentioned having found an arcane friend of yours who is looking for a position within the city, as that has been much the talk of the city council in replacing Alvar's position as our arcane master, so to speak. Truth be told, we are a little unequipped in the ways of the arcane. As you would be aware, our city operates a little bit more in the divine realm of magic, and even then, not outwardly. Magic is more of a tool here than a luxury. However, if you have someone in mind, I'd be thrilled to meet them and perhaps have a chance to present them to the city council and to Reverend Kane.
Yeah, we could arrange that tomorrow. That'd be great. He has a ward with him who's missing their family, a little girl. We could discuss that later, but I wonder if there's any way to. We can discuss it tomorrow, but might need some help in finding a girl, her lost family.
You see him kind of pull this small ink, this pen out and jot something down. Just like a little notation, like this small little journal. says, I'll make note of that and see if I can stir up anything in the Office of Investigation. I have some connections there.
Thank you. We really appreciate that.
Well, if this friend of yours is able to provide us with some aid in the arcane, we could certainly provide some help to this little one of yours. Yes. As for standings in the household, I assume your mother has informed you, if you've spoken already, of the Emerald Enclave having fallen behind. Our reconciliation with the Vale has not progressed as smoothly as I would have hoped following your sister's marriage into the Elindaran Elves. The Sylvan tribe are still a stubborn sort, and contacting them is far more difficult than I would have hoped. Their borders are not quite as open as... Their borders specifically are not quite as open to us as ours to them. I've sent 2 enclaves in search of reconciliation, in search of a meeting. However, they have not received word, and are presumed dead, truth be told. He looks to your mother and says, I am setting out in 2 days' time with an enclave of my own, and seek to find a meeting with the Sylvan tribe myself.
Is that really wise?
I believe it is my only course of action in accomplishing this goal.
We're headed that way anyways. I would try and convince you not to go, but having you in my life for so long, I expect that's not a possibility. So let me add this as a potential compromise. We have to go into the Vale for tasks of our own. Why don't we go with you as an escort? You could still bring the Emerald Enclave, but at least let us go with you in here.
You see him kind of mull it over, and you see Gwendolyn she's kind of torn of whether she likes this idea or not. But he kind of gives her a look and holds her hand firmer. Says, I will need approval from the Master of Law. However, we will have a meeting with him tomorrow regardless. But if we could get that approved, and if your group is willing to bear the brunt of a guard, perhaps that would do.
Is that okay, Wildcards? Or we thought we were going to head that way anyways, but I don't want to speak for all of you.
Yeah, might as well.
Hondo, do you want to help my mom out with this?
I can very well help this.
He looks across you all and says, I've seen firsthand how capable you all can be. That is comforting. However, I must make it clear my intentions. We are not heading in there in terms of warfare. We are heading in terms of peace. I hope you will bear that in mind should we go forward.
100%, truly. We're just
No need to look for a fight. And I'll look at Hondo.
We never look for a fight. Fights just seem to find us. But that being said, we won't be trouble. We'll just be protection.
Truthfully, we may find a fight whether we want one or not. As you may be aware already, the Vale guards their borders incredibly well. I hope my position and standing will be enough to buy us room to travel, as well as the seal of the king himself. we should pass as smoothly as possible. However, there is a chance that they need things done their way and on their terms, and I am willing to submit to whatever those terms are. But we need approval from the Master of Law before we can make any plans ourselves. However, I genuinely appreciate your offer.
You're welcome. I think that was everything, really. Is there anything else you guys were interested in?
There's a couple other folks looking for work. You said you might have some leads on that. Looking at Val.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, you go.
That was it.
Oh,
I don't know the ways of this. I don't know your city.
We got like a traveling musician group looking for work. I don't know are there any parties coming up or anything, any galas, any entertaining?
He turns to Gwendolyn, says, the nearest thing, let me think, I suppose would be, well, we already had High Harvest. That was your sister's wedding. The next would be Deep Winter's Day, I suppose. But that's not for some weeks now.
Is Deep Winter's Day when the next full moon is?
It is shortly thereafter. The Feast of the Moon, actually, is when the next full moon is.
What was the date lining up with? Like, what's our deadline? Is that for Deep Winter's Day?
So you guys are sitting at the end of Zenhearth. You have 22 days of Morden to the full moon.
It's Deep Winter's Day, D&D Christmas.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit. I wonder if it'll be Christmas in IRL.
Probably not.
Probably not. If we make it that far. What was I going to say? Oh, does Leaf and Lily look about the age that the Air Genasi is?
They, if I remember, how old did you say they were in your story?
Like an 8 or 9?
They're a little older than the Air Genasi girl.
Can't believe what you did to her, Lavender. Just a little
Shut
girl.
up.
Mom, with this school and Leaf and Lily, if you guys are looking for a friend, Francis, that orphan we were mentioning who's looking for her family, maybe she could go to school in the meantime. We could discuss this tomorrow with the man's name is Damascus, who's the arcane wielder who might be interested, but he's kind of taken a watchful eye over her. It might be nice to get her in a routine. She's kind of been away from that for a while.
You see Gwendolyn kind of light up at the idea of another little one around. And she looks to Francis and just says, of course we'd be willing to. Of course. That would be lovely.
Okay, great. Yeah, great. Perfect. Francis, do you want to put something on the books now? Do you want to meet? They are staying at the Foxglove, but we could meet tomorrow at the Master of Law or wherever you planned on meeting.
Perhaps we meet at the Halls of Civilization tomorrow, let's say 9 o'clock. If you can bring your men with you, I can set the meetings up this evening. Hopefully, the Master of Law is willing and able to see us, though given the circumstance of many things here that need his attention and many time-sensitive things, I think we could make this meeting happen much quicker and more effectively if we do it quickly.
And did you say you want to leave for the Vale in 2 days?
I had intended to leave in 2 days, that's right, yes.
Okay.
Setting out on the 2nd of Morden.
Well, listen. This octopus ain't gonna eat itself, right? So let's get to dessert.
You see from the kitchen area, what was his name? Andre,
my boy.
kind of poke his head out and says, I'm sorry, Master Blue. It's Well, and he just kind of carries it out, and you see like across like a spit, this like twirling like tentacle creature that's been skewered and is turned rather crispy on one side. It's been garnished nicely with like some like parsley, like tufts and slices of lemon, and he lays it out in the middle of the table, and it smells horrible.
Hondo, shouldn't this be cold? Why is this a hot dish?
You want it grilled. You want the juices to flow.
I thought Andre did it wrong. I expected if you did it properly, it would have been great, but whatever you say.
I followed Master Blue's instructions, and I hope he enjoys it. And he hands you like the carving knife.
Well, please serve, Hondo.
Nice and crunchy, nice and chewy. That's what you want a good octopus.
I'm definitely gonna let you take the first bite.
Yeah, Hondo, as you kind of carve off a piece and you take a bite, it's crunchy and rubbery, and it's just like trying to just like eat an eraser. Make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh my god.
No.
You ate the gallbladder, it's poisonous. Ooh, what do you add? 4 plus what?
It is Constitution.
Con save.
3, 7.
You get through that first bite, and you're like carving off another one, feeling confident, and you take another bite, and everyone else is just kind of sitting back and watching, and then you just feel your stomach.
Are you okay? You look bluer than normal.
In fact, he looks green. You are poisoned, and you are gonna have to evacuate from everything in a second.
Do I have? I thought I had poison resistance, or
I think you have cold resistance.
Yeah, this is a different type.
is it something I have?
It should be on your character sheet in the top right. It should have defenses.
Buddy, this is called diarrhea, and you do not have resistance to that.
This is not damage you're taking. You just have food poisoning.
Oh,
So unfortunately, you are considered poisoned for the time being.
In your bowels.
And yeah, you're not doing so hot.
Can we get this to go, maybe, Andre? I think...
Oh, it's going.
Okay. I think he bit off more than he could chew, and it's, maybe we'll have this later.
also holding my butt cheek.
You okay? You're sweating.
I will be back.
Hondo just excuses himself.
Is he supposed to sweat? Are things with scales supposed to sweat?
I don't know. It doesn't seem right.
In my interactions with the Tritons, no, they are not.
Okay, great.
Perhaps then we adjourn tonight's lack of dessert. I'm no longer particularly hungry thanks to his display, but we meet again in the morning.
Yeah, 9 a.m. sharp.
Excellent. I look forward to it.
Okay. We'll wait for Valentine or for Hondo to be done with the lavatory, and then let's get out of here.
Sounds good. Gwendolyn goes to take the kids up to bed and bids you good night with just a kiss on your cheek and like a pat to your shoulder and just like a silent like thank you, and then makes her way up. And Francis kind of stands a little awkwardly around your group as you're all waiting for Hondo to finish, but eventually he does, and you guys make your way to Alvar's.
Yeah, I want to go to Alvarez, but maybe do a perception check, see if we can get in without some guard looking at us.
Sure. As you guys get close, whoever's out front, throw perception.
It's going to be great, but it's still high. 17.
You do see 2 Emerald Enclave kind of walking in your direction, passing on the street where Alvar's shop is. They're just kind of like doing what seems like a round of the streets, though they kind of They give you all a nod. They don't pay you any particular mind and continue on their walk, not seeming to pick up any untoward looks from you. And as they pass, you wait a couple of minutes. You kind of post up. It looks like they're the only ones around at the moment, and you're able to head inside around the back.
All right, let's just try and keep the blinds shut and light low, and this is our place now. Let's not get too loud, but let's have a nice sleep, and we got to be up for 9.
Cool. Anything you guys want?
Earlier than that, actually, because we have to go get Damascus tomorrow morning.
Damascus. Gord's got to get his helmet. Yeah.
It'd be
and you
kind
gotta-
of in the same area, actually.
Are you done your sketch for...
No.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anything you guys want to do through the night?
No, not for me.
You're not going to say your little charmy thing?
Nightmare prayer?
No.
Okay.
I will sleep with Heartbreaker. That's probably a dangerous idea. I'll just have it near I'll sleep on the floor upstairs, where that mysterious suntan spot was that baffled us for ages.
Yep.
But it was actually just a Lehman's hut or whatever. Yeah, I'll just sleep there on my cloak, and I'll have Heartbreaker in front of me.
Okay.
Where are the rest of you sleeping?
I've got
Two-story
Keith in
house.
a corner with me.
Smuggled Keith in this home.
Yeah, take him in.
You could squeeze through the back door. You could do it. But yeah, you managed to. He can't get much further than the back room, so you're kind of stuck in this back room storage area with Keith. But it's a empty. All of these spaces are empty, but you're easily able to cuddle up with Keith. As you guys find sleep, unless there's anything last. Going once, going twice, sold. As
Lav
sleep.
is frantically working on this drawing, by the way.
Okay.
Okay, goodbye.
As sleep takes you all, you sleep peacefully, comfortably in this relatively warm area, despite the chill temperature as the fade sets in. However, in the night, Valentine, as you sleep, you find yourself dreaming once more, walking beneath rich green boughs of a dense forest, soft mossy earth beneath your boots. There's no path to speak of, just a dense, vibrant greenery around you, and nonetheless, you walk through it confidently, a sense of wonder and adventure guiding you forward. Ahead of you, as you cross this thin stream that teems with light, something catches your eye. Peeking between two massive tree trunks, you see a faint rainbow light. This rush of fascination courses through you, and you race towards the source. Pushing past dense underbrush and thick trees, the light doesn't seem to get closer to you, but you hear it, you feel it calling to you, beckoning you forward with this mesmerizing tone. You continue to charge forward, and with all your might, you manage to burst through the trees, and you see this light finally. At the base of this incredibly tall tree of white bark, there's a natural split in the wood at the base, as if two full-grown trees grew from the ground and became intertwined and continued to grow through the emerald arches above. In this space beneath, where the two tree trunks meet, an archway opens into the tree itself, and from within this archway, this rainbow light cascades out, filling the space around here with vibrant warmth. Her voice calls to you to come forward, to embrace the light. And you draw closer and step closer and closer, stepping across thick roots that grow up from the tree itself, your hand outstretched, nearly grabbing hold of the color and light itself. But a flash of black bursts out of the arch towards you. With a harsh caw, this immense crow bursts outward and bowls you over, knocking you on your back, its massive wings dripping with blood and ichor. It swoops up and perches on the lowest branch of the rainbow arch tree and caws loudly once more. You You begin to stand and move to attack, but your limbs are tangled in the underbrush and the vines and roots that now rapidly grow around you from the ground. This sudden tangled bramble of wiry black and gray vines surround you. Thorns catch and tear at your skin and clothes as the rainbow hue begins to fade from beneath the tree. The black brambles grow up and surround the base of the tree, dulling the light and growing ever thicker and colder to the touch. The blood and ichor drenched crow watches from above, and you swear it smiles looking down at you, blood dripping from the tip of its beak. A cold winter's wind sweeps through the bramble that binds you, and you see at the base of the tree and the surrounding landscape begin to wither and grow spikes of hoarfrost. The vibrant greenery slowly turns brown and gray, and then begins to fall, cracking and breaking all around you, as the brambles wind themselves up over your shoulders and begin to dig into your throat. The crow rises from its perch and dives, descending with a sickening caw, as its beak buries itself in your chest with a sickening crack. Its massive form fills your vision, and there is only darkness and cold for far too long. And it lingers. And then slowly you open your eyes and awake once more as the morning light breaks. And you all awake.
Oh, you're muted.
Sleep like that is so long. Everybody else good? What is this accent like?
Yeah. I'll just rub my arms trying to get warm, pick up Heartbreaker, just kind of clutch it in both hands.
That was the nicest sleep in a while. Val, are you cold?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, that was a nice sleep, eh?
Well needed, for sure.
We should go get Damascus.
Scott, you did not get the benefits of a long rest last night.
Oh no.
Thus, I don't think you burned any spells. I don't think you took any damage. But you have 1 point of exhaustion.
Got it. Marking it.
Done.
Disadvantage ability checks.
That's it.
Okay.
My pen just totally died. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, let's go find Damascus.
Yep.
Grab some breakfast. Try and forget about what the hell just happened.
That good sleep? What do you mean? What the hell just happened?
I just had just another bad dream about crows.
Okay.
Big crow. Yeah, it'll be fine.
Okay.
Hey, are you done that drawing?
No, I fell asleep actually.
You had one job. You're supposed to finish it. Do you want a little? Maybe I can give you a little inspiration to help you finish it. Ready?
No.
You can do it.
You just swapped him off.
Fair enough. You guys gather yourselves and head out into the day. It is bright. It is relatively warm, despite the cold wind that kind of keeps rushing through the streets. But it is still beautiful, sunny, and the autumn fade colors that illuminate the streets make it look very warm to the look, despite the actual temperature. But you make your way to the Foxglove Inn, and indeed, as you guys kind of look through the windows, you can already see the large form of Damascus sitting at a table, drinking coffee and taking in breakfast already ready for the day. But he has not yet noticed you guys.
Damascus.
He gives it just like a single finger up, finishes his coffee, and throws back last couple bites of food, and leaves some coin on the table before standing and making his way towards you guys. It's nice to see you. How was your first night away from the desert?
It's pretty good. Hondo went for a swim and then found an octopus. That was probably a highlight. And got to see some family, which was nice too.
Excellent. That's always good to hear.
Did you have a good sleep, Damascus?
Like a rock.
That
was funny.
So funny. So funny.
Have you ever had a bad dream?
Several, yes.
Just like regular, or always the same?
No, nothing. No recurring dreams to speak of necessarily. I've had some dark dreams for sure. Some dreams that made no sense whatsoever. Dream about a crystal skull every now and again. That one haunts me.
Do you have any reoccurring dreams left?
Many recurring dreams.
Like
Would
what?
you like to share? Yeah.
I dream of my family all the time. I dream of Estevatol, and I dream of people sometimes, but that's it. Just normal, I guess.
The study of dreams is fascinating to me. There's some wizards in the Sapphire Academy who study divination and find that dreams and divination often find a connection between the two. Never been my forte necessarily, but fascinating nonetheless. Why do you ask?
I was just wondering because Valentine's been having really bad dreams.
It's just one.
You seem to know a lot of stuff about a lot of stuff.
I do know a lot of stuff about a lot of stuff. Have they been clearly foreboding in some manner?
It's a specific dream about. Have you ever heard the word? I don't know if we ask you this. Dubkatha, dark crow. You ever heard about that?
Ooh, hello. That name, the Dark Crow, not specifically, but the Dukatha is a, if I'm getting the translation correct, it's a Fey name that means the Dark Crow. If I remember correctly, the Dukatha was an enemy of the Sealy court of the Feywild, one imprisoned and held by the Unsealy for some dubious deeds. The stories always play with what exactly was done. A corruption, a perpetual winter, a long murder spree and torturous death and pain, torment, you know. But always inflicted upon those of the Sealy.
Valentine, that sounds like a really bad dream.
Yeah, that feels pretty spot on. Let's not talk about dreams anymore. Let's talk about some real stuff. Damascus, opportunity for you.
I'm intrigued.
Used to be a guy who had a arcane practice here. He owned a shop called the Sphinx's Sanctum. His name was Alvar. Long story short, he's no longer with us. He fell tragically. But Verdancia is looking for someone to kind of take his place, even temporarily. We would love, like we spoke about yesterday, to be able to rely on you, if you're willing, to help us with our I'll look around. What we spoke about with being champions. Would you be interested in staying here momentarily? I will say that with the girl
Azura.
Azura, my mother in particular has expressed an interest in helping foster her while my father works with an investigative team to try and track down her parents. But there's good schools here. My family is well off, as I'm sure you weren't able to guess. They could help take care of her in the meantime.
This is a lot more than I expected you to get done in less than a day's time. I'll be frank, I did not anticipate an offer such as this. Though it is not not bad in any sense. It was rather intriguing. I had just kind of had in my mind that I would return to the Sapphire Academy, but I've been gone many years, and I had no family to speak of there. Perhaps this calling, perhaps this is my part to play in this weave.
Well, look, we found you, you found us. I think we're all in this together. We're all on a path in this weave to hopefully make a prettier tapestry than what's being unraveled. But it's not set in stone just yet. I will say, though, my family does have influence. We actually, if you're interested, have a meeting at 9 shortly with the Master of Law to kind of discuss this opportunity.
I would certainly like to discuss it further.
Well, we could be off to do that. I'm just going to stop over and see if the mercenary trio are awake.
I haven't seen them come down just yet, unfortunately.
Well, I will go slip a note under their door or something. I think I might have found an opportunity for them.
Excellent. They're up in 14.
Great.
Okay. Truth be told, you give me a lot to think about in a short amount of time. But this is exciting. This is interesting. Thank you.
No, our pleasure. If you want, we're just going to make one more stop at a blacksmith shop for a mysterious but alluring item, and then we could check out this Master of Law thing.
Excellent. Okay. I'm perhaps just going to sit outside for a bit and just mull this over. When you're ready to go, I will follow suit.
Cool.
Easily enough, you run upstairs, find 14. What do you write on the note?
I will be like, hey, it's Valentine. Would you be interested in steady employment with benefits, with skills that you already have? We'll come back later to discuss. Smiley face, hope you're well, and I'll slide under the door, and then I'll run back downstairs.
Okay. Yeah, easily enough.
Sounds like a spam email. There's like 10 emojis that don't make sense.
You send your note, you gather Damascus, and you guys head to Fire and Thistle, where Gord, you're able to collect your, at least you're able to head inside and see if your helmet is completed. And as you do, you see in the, atop the table, atop the countertop, you see finishing just the kind of final etches along the pentagram star. You see he's still, Wayne is just kind of like carving away some metal and just like, and is not even actually carving away, he's just kind of oiling and like sanding away some of the harsher sections. But you do see, in fact, the full frame helm, single slit across the eyes, pentagram across the lower section, and this kind of embossed, almost mohawk-like flare atop the top. It is in this like blackened steel that looks like it's got almost like this kind of iridescent like glow as light goes over it, of like this blue black, and it is pretty good.
This is shit.
I'll just walk up and take the rest of the money out and just hand it to him.
He's just like finishes wiping away as you approach with the gold extended, and he says, he grabs it and says, "If you need anything else, I'm happy to work on it. You pay very well. I half expected you to try and cheap out on the second half, but this is unexpected, honestly, and I appreciate it. But here it is, as hopefully as you designed. Hope you enjoy it."
Take it and then be like, "This never happened."
All right, you got it.
And then put it on. And then leave.
As you put it on, you drop the disguise you've been kind of holding over top of you perpetually since attuning to this dark, evil book and been kind of corrupted by its influence. And it's a weight off your shoulders to not have to constantly hide like that. But now you have this dark exterior to match the dark tone of your patron, and exit the shop for the first time in front of the rest of your wildcard friends with this this dark black iridescent helm with a pentagram front and center.
Yeah, Gord does. Brawley put in the chat. Does it have little holes for your ears?
No.
Little cat ears are just squished back in there.
Just folded down.
Hardcore.
Great. Well, let's get Damascus and let's go to this Master of Law thing.
You guys make your way quickly. Not quite on time, but not super late. You make your way to the Halls of Civilization, where you see Francis standing with a couple of sheafs of paper and a single leather notebook as he awaits you and says, he extends his hand to Damascus, introducing himself, and they embrace for a moment. And he does a very quick preliminary interview of who he is, but it's nothing you guys don't already know. And satisfied, he begins to lead you within the halls themselves and down into the kind of main, the main hall of the hall. You see this marble-tiled, beautiful, expansive hall open before you, with brilliantly lit from above, this kind of domed top that kind of extends in four long halls, like a large X or T. It's the ceiling, the strip in the ceiling above in each of the T's, and this massive dome section in the middle is this green stained glass, this green, almost blue, teal stained glass, and it kind of casts this faint teal light down through the sky above, and it's very it feels like this calming effect as you enter into the hall, but you see lots of people rushing about in here. They are all very put together, wearing different robes or armor of immaculate presentation, and Francis is just already full head of steam marching in one direction, and you guys follow suit. He leads you to the center of this kind of intersection and then heads to the right. And at the end of this this section, kind of midway down this length of hall, he lines into this line of this little procession line, where you see there are about 8 or 9 Emerald Enclave guards, and three not guards, but they're in positions of power. They're wearing these kind of dark black uniforms that are half robe, half suit, almost, I guess. And you can see that they are they have these glasses. They're wearing the same kind of like single band glasses that are almost like this headband around their head, and they're kind of speaking to each group individually, inquisitively, and just kind of they seem to be, as you kind of pick up the conversation bits and pieces, just picking out whether the story they're telling is true, whether they're worth speaking to, whether they need to get shuffled off to a different section, whether they're in the wrong section. But nonetheless, you wait for a half hour, 45 minutes in this like procession in which Francis is just like stone-faced chill, and you guys are starting to fucking lose your minds in this like minutia of law and order, and it's not happy and comfortable. But Damascus and Francis seem okay. But finally, thankfully, you make it to the front, and these figures, one elven male, one human female, they both kind of look over you as the Emerald Enclave are just kind of keeping watch around. They have a conversation with Francis, and then one of them has a conversation with Francis, while the other is kind of inquisitively looking you all up and down, and kind of, Mary, you recognize the same way how you look over individuals to study them. They're doing the same to you and the rest of your friends here. And there's just this plain-faced judgment and insight into your characters. At the front, Francis turns back to you guys, and the two of these individuals, they approach and just say, "Your weapons will need to be surrendered, and then you may proceed."
Okay.
They present like a black metal chest, and they open it up.
You're gonna need a bigger chest. I start doing the going through the airport.
Yeah, I've seen this act before.
Metal detector. Yeah.
Haverstock or Hammerfell.
Yep.
Yeah.
You guys begin to relinquish your weaponry, and it takes its time. And then the one of them looks to Gord as well and says, "The staff as well."
That's his walking staff. He's an old
capable.
man. He's an old man.
He's capable and a tabaxi. They'll be fine.
No, I thought maybe we shouldn't bullshit these people. I say quietly.
But that's
I
what
still have
do.
Keith with me too. Should I leave him at the beginning?
Someone can escort him out.
I just kind of look at him like.
They like snap, and one of the Emerald Enclave jump down and begin to escort Keith out of the hall once more. Damascus relinquishes his blade and puts it in the chest, but he has nothing else. Lastly, the elven figure looks to Lavender, Valentine, and Gord and says, "The use of magic in the halls of civilization is strictly prohibited. Doing so will result in a large fine or imprisonment. Doing so again will result in death. Do not do so."
And which one of you would be doing the killing, just so I'm clear? Got it.
They just kind of stand and wait for all of Mary's weapons to be relinquished. And Hondo. I guess Hondo's got a fucking shitload of weapons.
I hide it.
Are you going to try?
I wouldn't try with them, but you're welcome to.
All right. Make a sleight of hand check.
You're not gonna get it.
He's good at this shit, though.
Not that good, though.
Not that good.
I think my sleight of hand is
-5.
7, so 16.
All right, Hondo, as you pull out the regular daggers and whisper and the blink dagger and the gambler's rapier and frostbite, and you're placing them kind of one by one. As you pull one out, you subtly slip one back in as you're kind of just like going back and forth. And then as you go to pat your pocket to make sure it's there, One of them taps you on the back of the head with the supposedly hidden dagger and says, "We were rather clear. Let's not do this again." And they clink it into the chest with the rest.
It doesn't hurt to try. What can I say?
I think it will hurt to try here.
There's a little tip of the head, and then as soon as they are happy that you guys have fully relinquished your stuff, they move aside, and you guys are led by two of the Emerald Enclave, forward into this kind of rotunda of offices. But there is one at the far end that they kind of continue walking through, and there's a knock, the Emerald Enclave knock on the door. There's a brief moment, and you hear from inside like the muffled voice of someone. Pardon me. And the door is opened, and Francis begins to step inside, beckoning the rest of you forward. Music. Yeah, I like it.
Sweet.
Before you, in this room, you see very little in terms of decoration. There is a massive window out the back behind this simple desk of this large slab of stone. It looks just like black or slate stone, and just two legs and a tabletop. Atop it, you see a simple pile of parchment, another simple pile of parchment, inkwell and quill. Around the room itself, you see just simple torch sconces and two chairs of very straight hard-back chairs directly in front of a blue-skinned tiefling male who sits in the chair at this desk, and is currently scribbling with a quill, this long quill, on one of these pieces of paper. You see bluish black horns that kind of curl back like Keith's and kind of spiral in, but this thin blue face, rather delicate features, half-moon spectacles across the bridge of the nose, this very faint, kind of very, very faint black stubble along the cheeks and chin. But you see this kind of dark black blue, or gray, like sharkskin suit that he's wearing with this tie in this like eldritch knot that is just incredibly intricate. And he sits up as you enter with his very square shoulders, very almost rigid moving. He looks up at you, and the eyes are just fully black. There's no pupil, no iris, just black emptiness. He looks up and says, "Francis." Francis gives him a nod and says, "Reverence, I bring before you my son Valentine and his traveling companions he calls the Wildcards. We have several matters to attend to today, and we know your time is precious. We wish to take as little of it as possible. However, some of these matters have grave import and are timely in nature. We hope that you will listen to us and listen to my son with care." Reverence turns his gaze towards Valentine and towards the rest of your group. Says, "My name is Reverence Kane. I'm the Master of Law here. How can I be of service?"
It's nice to meet you. First off, this is my friend, Damascus. Were you briefed on his credentials? He's a brilliant man.
I'm unaware, but I would love to hear them.
Just to have it right, Damascus, you're from the Sapphire?
He goes through a breakdown of being from the Sapphire Academy, being the headmaster of history and antiquities within there, though goes through a brief recap of his disappearance for the last 5 years, and he kind of embellishes a bit on the rescue that you guys go through to bring him and all of the other people who you rescued from the clutches of this beast. A little bit theatrical, but to try and prove a point that you are worth listening to, and kind of finishes with I've heard from my friends here and from Sir Francis here that your city is in need of some arcane arts, someone skilled in the arcane arts, pardon me. As I said to you, I am headmaster at the Sapphire Academy and one of history and antiquities. However, my skills in the arcane are not without merit. I may not be studied in the arcane arts as those of the College of Whitethorn. However, my skills and my real-world experience certainly speak for themselves as meritable, worthwhile. The Reverend kind of nods to that and says, I see no reason why you should not take position in the Sphinx's sanctum, if that is the agreed-upon destination. You can serve on the city council as an advisor in arcane manner for the next 3 months, and should your service be satisfactory, we can speak further on a proper position. Francis, you mentioned in your missive that there was more than just this to speak of, though so far so good. Perhaps, Valentine, you would like to fill us in on the next matter of business.
Kind of twofold, and that's where Francis and I's desires are kind of intertwining here. I know Francis has been trying to reconcile with the tribes of the Vale, with some success with the Lindoran? You know.
You see Francis just like close his eyes for a second.
Elias's group, my sister. Anyways, the Sylvan tribe is the main concern here, and I know that 2 Emerald Enclave guard units were sent there, and they haven't come back yet, and I think that's unfortunate, and I don't know what's happened to them, but my group has interest going through the Vale itself. So I believe Francis wants to launch another expedition in a day, 2 days, and we would like to go with him as an escort for protection, total diplomacy. We're not trying to antagonize, we're not trying to cause anything, but just as added protection and to see if we can find what happened to these 2 units.
Francis nods and says, Reverence, I know you're not keen on the idea of myself putting myself in this position. However, we have sent 2 of our enclaves there, and I know that the loss of life, potential loss of life, is worth investigation. And if my position and the bearing of the king himself will buy us a little bit of wiggle room into the Vale itself, it is a worthy cause to find out what's happened to these individuals, as well as to further our goals of reconciliation. I see no argument in your mind that could dissuade me. And Reverence takes in the idea, thinks about it, says, You were all the Wildcards, yes?
Yes.
Then, Francis, I believe you will be in no need of any Emerald Enclave guard in attendance as well.
Well, we have to keep going. I don't think we can come back. That's why we were hoping to escort as part of this mission. Francis, as fit as he looks, I don't think is prepared for the rest of our journey. I think he would have to come back, and that's where I think this other group of Emerald Enclave would come in handy.
That may be, however, in the case that your reconciliation journey is successful, perhaps they will be able to provide some transport home. If it is unsuccessful, there may not be transport needed.
There could also be an alternative. We have within our group means to travel via teleportation circle. Could always send people back through that if you have a way to get them back here. There's a marker around here somewhere.
Make a persuasion check.
Not good at
This is what you do. This is what you do, Mary.
That's not what I do. I'm gonna use my luck because I
Yeah,
may
you
as
are.
well. Oh, that's way better. I rolled an 18,
Hey,
so that's
nice.
19 total. First one was like an 8.
Way better.
let's see what he rolls. Reverence looks to you, Mary, says, our city is blessed with a sigil granted by the royal family of the Delarians, though its purpose is less of ferrying wayward travelers and one of diplomatic purpose.
Well, then it's a good thing we're in pretty well with the Delarians. We happen to be members of their small council.
This is intriguing. One would think this would be presented sooner in such discussions. And he kind of looks at Francis for a moment, and he kind of sheepishly is just like, kind of to Hondo is like, I didn't really believe it. But he looks back to you, Mary, and then looks across and says, in lieu of monetary compensation, perhaps access to this sigil and delivery of our emissary here to this Sylvan tribe into the Heartwood, I believe, was the destination of choice. Access to this sigil can be granted. However, it will come with its own set of circumstances in which you may use it without incurring wrath of our team here.
Sounds fair.
That's wonderful. That's truly something we were after. I mean, just to put all the cards on the table, we are close with the Queen Redmane in Hammerstock in the Haberfeld province. I feel like we need to use these teleportation circles a little more in terms of everyone needs to get on the same page. There's shit happening around us. It's ramping up in an incredible volume. Arendelle was attacked. I don't know if you are aware, but the Queen almost died during an attack just days ago. We need to stop being so isolationist and get on the same page here.
Make a persuasion check.
With disadvantage because of my sleep, right?
That's correct. Thank you for remembering.
Ooh, not great. Let me pull it up. Persuasion 17.
Okay. He looks to you, and there's a stern look on his face, and then it kind of softens ever so slightly as he looks to Francis and says, "He may not be yours, but he bears your tongue. You are not wrong, Valentine. Our provincial borders have grown taller and stronger, though they needn't be. As your stepfather has been trying tirelessly to prove to our neighboring provinces, perhaps we need to be reminded ourselves that we are one. As I stated, in lieu of payment, access to the teleportation sigil will be yours. And we can grant that We can grant that immediately.
Great. And one more thing. We would really like to peruse some books in the halls of civilization if we have your blessing. I'm talking like restricted section book. Like there's a chain that you take off. We open a gate.
The library, the archives themselves are open to the public. However, any restricted section, so to speak, would be under the Office of Investigation. You would need to speak to Ida Mirak. However, and he takes a little piece of parchment, scribbles some stuff on it, folds it up, stamps it, hands it to Francis, and says, "That will allow you access into the archives."
Thank you. Truly, thank you. We've needed knowledge the most in this fight. This is very valuable.
Indeed. I expect you to set off sooner rather than later. And he looks at Damascus and says, "And I expect you to begin as soon as you possibly can."
Yeah, when could we get a look at that teleportation circle?
That can be arranged immediately.
Thank you.
Is there any other...
Sorry.
No, good.
I was going to ask if the Office of the Mercantile, is that under your jurisdiction?
Not its leadership necessarily, however, it is within the halls, lower floors. In fact, near the archives. If you speak to Grackle Flintcheek, you can do whatever it is you need to do there.
Great name. Thank you.
Did, just as an aside, are you aware at all, did Colton Delarian pass through here recently, in the last week, 2 weeks?
Shit, how did I forget about that?
The prince was here for a short time, but was whisked away himself with Alexander Malaris.
Great, that's right. Okay, wonderful. Just happy to hear they got through the desert.
I was not personally aware of their travels, but I did hear that they had traveled through. I did not realize they had traveled through the desert. That's such treachery. It's intriguing. Interesting. Nonetheless, by my ears, they have reached their home.
Perfect. I really wish we had a teleportation circle in Arendelle. Fuck. Fantastic. Well, we can get started. We might want to stock up on supplies before our trip tomorrow.
I think that would be prudent. But in the meantime, I have other business to attend to. Thank you all. You're dismissed.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for your time. You are dismissed as well, sir.
I'm not going anywhere, so. You guys head back out and you see the Emerald Enclave on either side of you, escort you back to the main halls. And Francis is quiet and Damascus is kind of just looking around. Perhaps I will accompany you to the archives. I would very much like to see what they have to offer here.
I think that'd be great. Yeah, I think that'd be great.
Francis puts a hand to your shoulder and says, "I'm truly proud of you. That was good work."
Sorry we didn't get what you really wanted there, but...
This is fine. He's not wrong. If reconciliation goes south, it wouldn't matter who we send. Someone would lose their life. It's not fair of me to send someone else in my stead.
So in this forest, you know I'm the boss, right?
I don't know about that.
We'll talk.
Okay. He gives a nod and then heads his way out.
If I can grab this circle, like a little sketch of this teleportation circle, that'd be tight.
It'll take about like an hour to properly draw it, but it too is below towards the archives and library, and the Mercantile Guild is also down just on the opposite wing. So you're able to get that. And so what do you guys want to look for in the library/archives? And Mary, what do you want to do over toward the Office of Mercantile?
If Hondo's willing, I might ask for his help.
Okay. Hondo,
Just another second set of steady hands. And also, he kind of wants one of the. He's the one who's asking for one of the things I want to make. I want to first try to make a handful of explosive arrows, which I've made before. But I want, basically, I'll tell you the two things I want to do, and it's hard to tell for me to be able to tell based on how much black powder we have what's accomplishable. Because Leah doesn't really know how much needs it. I have 2 of those little containers of phosphorus. So I wanted to try to modify my previous design of the like smoke bombs to, instead of smoke, it's more like a flash grenade.
Sure.
Because I have 2 vials of that stuff left. So whether I get 2 out of them or one gets destroyed when I'm practicing and the other one would be viable, and then some explodey arrows as well.
Okay, it will take. There is a workshop down here, and you're able to utilize it as kind of using the same flashy note that was handed off by Reverend's Cane. You're granted access to a small little work table, essentially, using your tools and what else is provided here. Though anything that explodes, you may get kind of looked at a little weird and maybe asked to leave. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah, let's do let's do the things I know how to make first.
You're gonna do the explosive arrows first?
Well, they both use black powder.
Yeah. But
So I figured the things I already know how to make, I have a chance of not fucking up and exploding, so I don't get kicked out.
okay, so you're gonna try the exploding arrows. You have 1 keg of black powder?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would have got it. It's in Valentine's bag, but I would have got it.
Yeah. How many arrows do you want to try and make? You're just gonna try and make as many as you can.
I was just gonna try to make like I can't remember how many I made last time. I think it was only like 3.
Yeah, probably. They take a lot, and it's a lot of experimentation.
I know. I'm fine with 3.
Okay.
It's better than none.
Hondo, you're helping. You're assisting.
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead and you're also like it's 3, but then like you also want to make more with this black powder.
Yeah, like 3, and then 1 of those little phosphorus things, which won't take near as much black powder. It's literally enough to create a small spark.
Yep. But still, it'll take experimentation and fucking about. So go ahead and make your tinkering tools checks using intelligence and your proficiency bonus.
Do I get advantage because Hana's helping?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. First one. Oh no. Well, one was a natural 1 and one was an 18, so that's pretty good. So that is 18, 23, 24.
Okay.
No, 25. My intelligence is plus 2.
Okay. You use about half of the black powder, but you're able to make 4 arrows.
Okay. I will add those. Thank you.
There was no sudden explosions. It went very well. You went very meticulously, and Hondo is very dexterous, very good with his hands, and able to be a good assistant in this endeavor. And you're able to get 4 arrows.
Awesome.
Do you want to try your
Flash grenade?
Flash grenade?
Yes, please.
All right. Same deal.
Oh, a natural 18 again on the first one. And a natural 18 again on the second one. Holy shit. So it's what did I say that was? 27?
Okay. You unfortunately only get 1 flash grenade. In just the process of trying to come up with something brand new, you're not particularly trained in this necessarily. How
I don't want to take the whole day.
Yeah, so you're trying to do, not that you're trying to rush it, but you're just trying to like figure it out. And the first one goes a little awry. Doesn't explode, but there is that sudden flash of phosphorus. You get a few odd looks, but nobody kicks you out.
Blink all like the spots out of your eyes for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, the second one is more effective, but with that you use up the majority of the black powder. Like you still need to use some of it to like experiment with, and you lose some through working with it. So you still have a quarter of it left.
Okay. So we had one thing, and then I had like a bottle, which I think only had half of a small bottle, so it's probably not even enough to do anything else with.
Yeah, let's say you
Okay.
But you have one flash grenade, for lack of a better term.
Okay. I'll hand that to Hondo.
Cool.
So for your help, I think we have to track down your old friend to try to get her hands on some more of this black powder before I can do anything else. I have no idea what this flash grenade's going to do, by the way. It's just what you requested, like
Forever
5 months ago, real game time.
Don't close it there.
Okay. Gord, Allie, you guys doing anything?
No, I think I'm good.
Cool.
No. Good.
Just sitting with the helmet.
I've got Keith back, so
Just having an awkward heart-to-heart while petting Keith.
Yeah. Down in the archives, then, what do you guys want to try and search out?
Did you want to search for anything with?
I'll just start like thumbing through some things, looking into the magic section, and then just like looking around.
Wild magic.
If there's anything on wild magic specifically.
Sure.
And then I like quietly ask a librarian if there's a book on Estevatol.
Sure. Make an investigation check, and then make a persuasion check.
Ooh, that was really good for investigation.
Okay. Investigation.
Oof.
Yeah, that's good. That's 25.
Okay. And your persuasion?
And persuasion.
Also good.
I got 24.
Okay.
Yeah. I really want to find it.
There is actually not a ton on magic in like the use of the arcane arts outside of the kind of divine purpose. Like there's a lot on divinity, and there's a lot on the outer planes, the gods, and you're able to find some like almost like, what's the right word, like old scriptures detailing like the first divine casters and stuff like that, and how they utilize their magic. But it doesn't ring true to you, to how your magic comes to you. There is a very small section that you managed to find with a very high roll of arcane kind of books. And one of them is on the study of uncontrollable sources of magic. And that rings true to you. And you begin to kind of thumb through it, and you find there is indeed a book kind of speaking to the potential possibilities of normal individuals exposed to abnormal energies or creatures, or perhaps blessed by a multitude of different opportunities that presented magic in an uncontrollable fashion within them. And it is essentially a source of magic that is using the caster as a focus to maintain control. However, it's so powerful that at any point it uses you as an outlet to explode outwards in unleashed, untamed magic surges. and there is kind of information on like what kind of a small selection of what could happen from some accounts of people who've dealt with these types of people. A lot of them claim that they have no idea where the magic came from. Some at birth were exposed to energy from limbo, the outer planes, or the elemental planes. Some have been blessed by fey beings or demons. Some, this is a curse against their magic. It is wildly unknown and unstudied properly. But you're able to at least gain some information on a selection of some of the potential outcomes.
Are you just secretly reading this? Like, just eyes wide glancing?
Yeah, like, I don't care about anyone else in the library at this point. I don't even know what time it is. It's...
At a point, though, where you're comfortable with what you've learned, you manage to flag down a librarian and ask them for something on Estavatol. And they kind of go off for a bit, and you return to the initial book. And they do come back with a bit of a book about Marrakesh, a book about the province of Marrakesh, but they have flagged a section that they talk about Estavatol as an island used to house the worst denizens of Marrakesh away from the civilized beings of their society. And its initial idea and purpose as a prison island to keep those unchecked, especially those who were of the arcane persuasion, because they were obviously big threats. So the island was very much guarded and warded against arcane influence from the inside. However, there have been accounts of jailbreaks of the like, and of people trying to utilize Estavatol as a base of operations to essentially get everyone that they want in one place at once and then bust them all out. And there have been several large-scale jailbreaks, but it was initially, as you read further, an initiative by a former headmaster of the Sapphire Academy.
So, okay.
You learn a little bit, not a ton, but some.
It's pretty good.
Val?
Yeah, there's a bunch of things I want to learn, but maybe I could split up this search with some other people. I would like to know more about
Damascus is there with you too, so you can send him on a search too.
Let's be on brand. I'll look up more about the Dubkata, because it's scary, but maybe I'll ask him to check out Warden of the Fae, the Twilight Grove, just buzzwords about the potential relic in the Vale.
Sure. Let's do it. Make your
investigation.
Yep.
Oh god, with disadvantage, it's a nat 5 plus 7 is 12. Math is hard.
You spend the same amount of time as Damascus and Lavender looking through all of these books, and you're trying to find something that is related to this Dubkatha, related to dark, unseelie court, unseelie prisoners, the Seelie court, everything, every little buzzword that you have related to it. And you find some books on the Fae and on dark archfey, or on dark beings of the Fae Wild, and dark beings of the Shadowfell is kind of that same echo, but none of them ring true to the right word, the buzzwords of the Doob Katha or the Dark Crow, unfortunately.
Feels right.
You're unfortunately just you're too tired, and at a point you hit a wall, and you just can't kind of keep your brain going forward on this search. And at that point, Damascus returns with 2 books. One on just the Feywild, just like a generic kind of Feywild book, a bit of like just stories and tales and such that he was kind of interested in that may lead to something. But one he found of that kind of is a broad strokes look at the heroes of ages past. And this one happens to have apparently a larger section on Sylvanus and who he was. And Damascus just kind of says like he's going to start looking into this through the night.
Perfect.
But unfortunately, that's all you get.
It's okay. It's all good.
Cool. The day is growing long as you guys have spent the majority of this second half of the day searching out books and working on in the lab. It's not quite evening yet, but is there anything else you guys want to try and accomplish through the day?
No.
Everybody else good?
Trying to think. I feel like I'm sure there is something.
These are always the opportunities where in a terrible dungeon with no chance for a long rest, we're like, if only we did this. But I can't think of any. We got 2 spells in each spell gem. Gorge done his book. Yeah, I feel like we're okay. Hondo, there's a lot of time to shadow box, Hondo, if you want to get some hours in.
I was gonna say, is there any shopping available here?
A shop in the hall itself?
Yes.
Nothing so to speak of in the hall itself.
Gift shop, maybe?
Yeah. You can buy...
Exit through the gift shop.
You can buy a plush Revenant's cane. But
T-shirt.
no, unfortunately, there's no real shop within the hall itself. But there are shops all around outside if you want to try and find something specific.
Gord did just express interest in the chat to get ball bearings.
Oh, God.
I will make note, you guys are about to go like into a forest. Ball
Amen.
bearings are not quite as useful in forest floors as you may think.
It's okay. That means when he throws them, he won't fuck up the rest of the party who are now also at half speed, who need to get within melee range.
Will I find a magic store here?
The only magic store that was here specific was the Sphinx's Sanctum.
All right.
Yeah, this place is kind of low on the arcane arts stuff. That's not their jam.
Anyone? So what is does Valentine know what Rowan's job is as a read runner? What is that?
It's like a messenger service. Basically,
is that
like the post office?
You keep going. Is that farm messages?
They can be, yeah, for sure. Long
Maybe
courier.
we should send a message to Arendelle.
Yeah, I was just thinking that I wanted to write a letter. It's like letter service, right? Like packages and that kind of shit. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, why don't we send a message to like the council? I'm sure there's people back home that you want to send a message to, Mary. But maybe I'll write up a message to the Delirians and say what happened, that there was an attack and the queen was almost lost in Haverfeld, and that they should open up the lines of communication to check on each other because dark things are brewing.
Okay.
I think that's basically it.
Sure. Yeah, that's great.
That's a good idea.
Maybe I'll say we're in Verdancia. We will be coming back. We have to make a trip, but we will be coming back. So if you need to send a message or anything, not through arcane means, send it to the Iridesa Keep.
Okay. It's like, I guess to send to Arendelle. It's actually kind of far. Where's my map?
It's gotta be like regular post, right? They have to be like people who go once a week.
I will haggle the shit out of Rowan for an employee discount.
It would be... it'd be like 14 gold is what he says.
Are you serious? 14 gold?
So that's a fair price.
Fine. Here's 15 gold.
Okay, well, why are you haggling about price if you're going to overpay?
I just thought we were family, but I guess not. I guess this is how you treat people.
I'm very confused. You overpaid, but you're angry at me.
Yeah, well, maybe if you attended dinner yesterday, I wouldn't be confused.
I get really uncomfortable around your blue and cat friend.
Why? They love you. They talk about how they missed you at dinner. They said they're going to surprise you tonight. Take you out on the town.
They always, like, try and steal shit from me, though.
When have they ever stolen anything from you?
Both times I've met them.
Well, was that a lesson?
Yeah, don't go to dinner with them. That's what I did.
Or you should be generous to your friends around money, like I just was to you.
That doesn't feel like the right lesson to learn.
Well, I think we all learned something today. Rowan, I have very important things to do.
Okay. Pleasure as always, Valentine.
See you soon.
Thanks for the business.
Always. Thank you for the gold.
But you managed to send your letter. Mary, are you sending a separate letter, or are you good with that one?
No, I'll send a separate letter.
Okay.
I'll send a letter to Alexander. That's basically just... Oh god, I don't even know what I want to say.
Cool code. Cool ciphers.
No, not cool stuff. It'll probably be in Elvish, because I think that's how I normally would write to him.
Mhm.
But just something to the equivalent of, hey asshole, way to keep in touch. Heard you got back safe. I hope that's actually true.
Ran into some mountain friends that you'd be interested in? Maybe give them a heads up about that.
Yeah, something to the effect of, thanks for the heads up on Lavender.
What does he know about Lavender?
Don't worry,
He
we're
knows
all
about
good.
Lavender.
He knows Lavender. Don't worry, we're fine.
Lavender doesn't know about him.
Oh,
Lavender has
that.
no idea who he is.
That's like a contact at the
We may not be home soon. But hopefully it's not too long. That's it. I think I still owe you that drink. That's it.
It's the same distance, so same gold, 14.
Yep.
15
Okay.
for friends, family
That's-
discount.
I was gonna say I also get the family discount. That's nice.
Alrighty. What was I gonna say? I think, unless there's anything else you guys have to prepare, or if you want to think over it over the next week, this would be a time where we can pick up next time as you guys set off into the Vale on the next day's journey. Unless you have anything last things you want to try.
I love a good lore episode. It's one of my favorite episodes. No stress. All the stress is next week.
Thanks for tuning in. Join us next time as the Wildcards breach the tangled boughs of the Vale, encountering dangers, some expected, others mysterious. There will be a new episode up every Tuesday, so stay tuned. But until then, keep exploring.